Simon says subscribe and click on the bell icon to receive notifications.
We've made the accompanying exercise files for this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Microsoft Project 2021 is the latest standalone version of Project available from Microsoft. It's one of the most popular tools on the market for scheduling, organizing, and managing projects of all sizes, from the most basic task lists to high-level complex projects. My name is Deborah Ashby. I'm a Microsoft trainer who's been training Project for over 15 years, and I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, let's make no mistake, Project 2021 is a complex application. There is so much functionality that it can become overwhelming, so it's important to know about those key features and how to use them effectively. Having a good understanding of Project will help you work more efficiently and deliver better project outcomes. And it's also a great thing to have on your resume. In this course, we're going to be using a fictitious training rollout plan to work through the different features and functionality that help us manage the entire project lifecycle. The files I use in the course are available to download so you can follow along with me, or you can save them for later and rewatch the videos at your own pace. At the end of each section, we're going to work through an exercise so you can really put into practice the skills that you've learned. And you can find all of these exercise files in the exercise files folder, so make sure that you've downloaded those. There'll also be questions as you go through the course so you can test your knowledge as you go. These questions really help identify where you have knowledge gaps, and then you can go back and rewatch the relevant videos. So, if you're ready to supercharge your project management knowledge, then grab yourselves a drink and spend the next few hours with me whipping a project into shape. Sometimes it can be quite complex when you're thinking about which project management solution to purchase. Because there are so many different versions of Project these days, it can be a little bit confusing. So in this lesson, let's just take a quick look at the different offerings to give you more of an idea as to which one is going to suit your needs. Now, I'm just on the Microsoft website, and I'm on the Compare Project Management Solutions and Costs page. Now, notice currently we have two tabs at the top here, Cloud-Based Solutions and On-Premises Solutions. And I'm currently clicked in the Cloud-Based Solutions tab. So now I can see the three different project plans that are available for the cloud-based project management tools. So those would be Project for the Web, which is the latest offering, and Project Online. Project is a subscription application, so if you're thinking that it's included within your Microsoft 365 subscription, then unfortunately it's not. You do have to purchase a separate license. And you can see here those three different licenses, Project Plan 1, Project Plan 3, and Project Plan 5. Now, these have been recently renamed to bring them in line with Microsoft's Enterprise Solutions E1, E3, and E5. So Project Plan 1 is the most basic and the cheapest of the projects. And you can see here how much it is per month. Mine's showing in pounds, but this will update depending on your location. And Project Plan 1 includes Project for the Web, which is a completely cloud-based project management tool, which isn't as complex as something like Project Professional, but still gives you all of the core functionality that you need. It's also a lot easier for you to collaborate on projects using Project for the Web, and it has the advantage of being on the Power Platform, so we can really harness the power of Power Apps, Power Automate, and Power BI. And we can manage all of our projects through a web browser. So that's Project Plan 1. Project Plan 3 includes Project for the Web, so pretty much everything that we have in Project Plan 1, but it also includes Project Online to manage more complex projects. Now, Project Plan 5 is really the big daddy of them all. This includes everything in the first two project plans, but it also allows us to do a lot of high-level project portfolio management. And if you want to take a deeper look at the different features so that you can compare and contrast, if you come onto this page and scroll down, you can see exactly what each of these plans contains. So it's definitely worth having a little look through these if you want to go for a cloud-based solution. Now, the other options that we have when it comes to project is to choose an on-premises solution. So let's jump across to that tab. Now, the first thing you'll notice immediately is that the prices are a lot higher. And that's because this is a one-time purchase option. It's not a subscription. So we're not paying a monthly fee to access the software. We're actually purchasing it and downloading it onto our PC. So we pay a one-time price and it's ours forever. Now, of course, the disadvantage of things like this is that if there are any updates to the software, we might have to wait for a security patch to be released, or if we want to get new features, we might have to wait for the new version to be released before we can access them. Whereas if we're using a cloud-based solution on a subscription package, that updates automatically. Now, when it comes to the project on-premise solutions, we have Project Standard 2021 and Project Professional 2021. So Project Standard has all of the core functionality, but it doesn't really contain too many collaboration tools and some of the more advanced features. Project Professional contains absolutely everything. So if you're a PMO looking to do some high-level project management, then this is going to be the application for you. And of course, it includes absolutely everything that we have in Project Standard. And Project Professional 2021 is what we're going to be using in this course. So we basically have access to all of the features. So those are all the options you have when it comes to acquiring project. So what's new in Project 2021 when compared with Project 2019? Well, first off, remember that I'm using Project Professional 2021. If you're using the Project Standard version, then some of these new features might not be available. So just make sure that you check the version that you're using prior to commencing this lesson. And if you want to check which version of project you're using, just click on the File tab and jump into Account. So let's start out with just a generalization, something that's different. A lot of the icons in Project 2021 have a much more modern, updated look and feel. So you might notice that when you first open up the application. Now, if we go through each ribbon, so let's now go through each ribbon and I'll highlight the minor differences. And it is worth mentioning there aren't a huge amount of changes or differences between 2019 and 2021. The main overall difference is really something that's inconsequential to day-to-day project management. The biggest difference in Project 2021 is that Microsoft seemed to be moving towards a more cloud-based offering. But with regards to the design and the functionality, there are just a few little differences. So let's start out by jumping into File. And if we go into New, this is where we can come to create a new project. So we have a blank project and then we have our templates listed underneath that we can use. Now, one of the differences here is that we have a new template and it's the one that you can see at the top here, the Sprints project. So if we open up this template, it gives us this sprint planning board, which looks completely different to what we're used to working in project. This is very similar to using something like Board View if you're working in Microsoft Planner or Project for the Web. So we have a brand new template in Project 2021. Now, if we go to the task ribbon and take a look at what's different here, the only thing is if we go all the way over to the right-hand side of the ribbon, we have a little link to group here. Now, this button allows us to link tasks in our project to a plan that we have in Microsoft Planner. So if I click on this, it's going to open up a little pane on the right-hand side, and it's going to allow me to link to a specific task in a plan. Another change we can find on the report ribbon. Aside from all of these reports that we can run, we have a new report called Task Boards. So if I was to select one of these standard reports, this is basically related to the board that the tasks are assigned to. And boards are very similar to buckets, again in an application like Microsoft Planner or Project for the Web. So just be aware that we have access to that new report. If we jump across to the Project tab, again in the Properties group, the only change we have here is the ability to manage our sprints. So we can do things like change the name of our sprints, add more sprints, define the start and finish, and the length. And if we go across to the View tab, again, we have this new view, Task Board View. which allows us to view our tasks based on different buckets that they're stored in. Now, if we go to the Help tab, not too much has changed on here, but one change we do have is, notice at the top here it says Gantt chart format. So this is where I can come to start making changes to the bars that you see in the project plan. Now, previously in Project 2019, this tab was actually just called Format. So there's been a little bit of a name change just there. And that is pretty much it when it comes to the actual differences that are going to affect what we're doing when we're working in project. As I said, a lot of the bigger changes have come in the background and the fact that Microsoft is moving to a more cloud-based environment. In this first exercise, we're going to start nice and gently. So I'd like you to make sure that you have downloaded and installed Project. Hopefully, you're already at that stage. I then want you to make sure that you've downloaded and saved the course and exercise files. You'll find those in the relevant folders within the course. Just make sure that you have those saved off somewhere safe because we're going to be referring to those throughout this course. And then finally, make sure that you have reviewed your settings in Project Options, so that if you're working along with me, everything matches and we don't get confused. So that is all I need you to do for this first exercise. See how you go with that, and I will see you in the next one.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
Before we get into the nuts and bolts of how Project works, we need to get ourselves familiar with the Project interface. And when I say interface, I just basically mean what we're looking at on this screen. So I've opened up a project and we'll just walk through the different parts of the screen so that you're familiar with where everything lives. So if we start right at the top, you can see we have our title bar. This is where you're going to see whatever you've saved your project as. And then underneath that, we have various different ribbon tabs. And if you're used to using other Microsoft applications, like maybe Word or Excel or PowerPoint, this takes on exactly the same structure. We have our different ribbons, and each ribbon contains different commands which help us execute actions in project. And all of the commands are grouped logically onto different ribbons and also into different groups. You can see right at the bottom we have the group names, so undo, view, clipboard, font, schedule, so on and so forth. Now those groups are really just there to make it a lot easier for us to find exactly the command that we're looking for at any given time. We also have a File tab at the top, which takes us into what we call the Backstage area. And we'll talk about this in more detail in the next lesson. For the time being, let's just click the back arrow to take us back to our main window. Now, aside from Backstage and the regular ribbons that we have when we open up Project, we also have what we call contextual ribbons. And I can see one of them on the screen right now. And it's this one just here, Gantt chart format. Now, what contextual ribbons are ribbons that only appear as and when they're needed. Now, because I'm currently in Gantt chart view, that's why I can see the Gantt chart format ribbon. And this ribbon contains all of the commands that I need to manage and format my Gantt chart. Now, if I was to click somewhere else, so let's click up here in the timeline, notice that I get a different contextual ribbon. This time I get the timeline format ribbon. So ribbons will appear and disappear depending on what we're clicked on. That's why we call them contextual. So just be aware of that point. Now, next to our ribbon tabs, we have this little tell me what you want to do box. So what I can do from up here is that I can use this little bar to search for different commands on the ribbons if I was struggling to find something, or this is where I can come to get help on something specific. So maybe I want to know a little bit more about timelines. I can type it in, and when I hover my mouse over the arrow, I have a short list of items that I can get help on. So if I select the first one, it's going to open up the help pane, and then I get access to the help files, which talks me through the process of creating a timeline in Project. It's also worth noting that if you quickly want to jump up to that Tell Me box, there is a keyboard shortcut of Alt-Q that's going to position your cursor in the correct place, and you can then type in whatever it is you need help on. Now, just under the ribbons, we have Timeline View. Now, this is something that you don't have to have toggled on. You can simply turn this off by going to the View tab and deselecting Timeline. And notice if I do that, it gets rid of it. If I click again, it brings it back. But the timeline is a really nice way of just kind of getting an overview of everything that's going on your project. And if you have that turned on, you're going to see it running across the top of the primary project area. And just under timeline view, this is the main area that we're going to be working with. This is the Gantt chart that we're looking at. And the Gantt chart consists of two parts, really. We have all of our tasks listed in a grid form. And then on the right-hand side, we have that represented with these visual bars, which make it really nice and easy for us to see the duration of each task and how all of our tasks link together. And in general, this is going to be the view that you work in for the majority of the time. If you want to modify the size of these, then you can definitely do that. So if we hover our mouse over the borderline between the table and the actual Gantt chart, we can drag out and we can drag back in again, so we can really customize the size so that it suits us. And there's quite a lot of information lurking underneath here, so you might want to widen this out quite a bit depending on what it is that you're doing. I think I'm going to leave mine there for the time being. You can also do the same using the horizontal splitter. So once again, if I hover my mouse over the boundary, I can make more room for the timeline, or I can drag the Gantt chart back up again. We have our scroll bars at the side, so I can scroll up and down and see all of the tasks that I currently have in my project plan. And then finally at the bottom, we have the status bar. Now, if you take a look over on the left-hand side, you can see it's telling me that all new tasks are auto-scheduled. And if I click on this, I can switch between auto-scheduled and manually scheduled tasks. Now, we'll get onto that a little bit more later on, but just be aware that this acts as a toggle down in the status bar. And then all the way over on the right-hand side, this is where we can come to switch between different views. So currently we're working in Gantt chart view, but we have a task usage view, a resource view, and also a resource sheet view as well. And of course, all of these we're going to discuss in more detail later in the course. The final thing we have is a little zoom slider. So if we want to zoom out or zoom in, then we can definitely do that as well. And this is fairly standard across all of the Microsoft applications. So if you've used this previously, then that's probably not too much different for you. Now, the final thing to highlight here is the Quick Access Toolbar. Now, the Quick Access Toolbar you'll find underneath the ribbons just above the timeline. And currently, I just have a few icons on my Quick Access Toolbar. Now, this is a customizable toolbar which allows us to add commands that we use frequently to it so that they're quick and easy to access and we don't have to hunt through the ribbons. And we have a whole lesson dedicated to how we can customize this and set it up so it works for us. But that is pretty much the project interface. Have a little look at it, make yourself familiar with where all the commands are and which ribbons they're located on, and I will see you in the next lesson. The ribbon tabs help us organize our commands logically into groups. And we briefly touched on this in the last lesson, but I want to explore these in a bit more detail so that you start to get familiar with where different things are located. Because in project we have so many commands, it can sometimes be a little bit overwhelming. So if we start with the first tab just here, the Task tab, this is where you're going to find a lot of the commonly used tasks. So this is where you'll go to find things like cut, copy, paste, and all of your font formatting options. It's also where we can go to manage everything related to our tasks. We can update the progress in the schedule group. We can link and unlink tasks in there as well. We can switch between auto-schedule and manually scheduled tasks, and we can add things like summary tasks and milestones. This is also where we can come in the Properties group to see an overview of our project information. The Resource tab is where we would go for everything related to resources that we've added into our project. It's where we can go to assign resources and create resource pools. And it's also where we're going to find things like our leveling options. The Report tab is where we come to create reports in project. Once you have your project up and running, you're probably going to want to start running some reports to analyze that data. You might want to run a cost report or a report related to the progress. We can even do things like create visual reports and dashboards from here as well. On the Project tab, this is where we're going to find lots of options for managing our overall project. It's where we can change the working time, view our project information, and also do things like set baselines and move our project as well. The View tab is where we come to switch views. As I mentioned at the start, we're currently looking at the default view, which is the Gantt and timeline view, but we can modify how we're viewing and what we're viewing from here. This is also where we can come to do things like sort and filter our data. The Help tab is pretty self-explanatory. It's where we can come if we want to get help. Notice the first button here is the Help button. We have a keyboard shortcut of F1 to open those help files. And what you'll see when you click on F1 is pretty much the same as when you're using that Tell Me box at the top. It's going to open up a pane on the right hand side where you can go in and search for whatever it is you're looking for help on. So really nice and useful. And then of course the final ribbon that I have here is the contextual ribbon Gantt chart format. And as I mentioned, this is contextual, so it's only appearing because I'm in Gantt chart view. If I click on timeline view, it switches to the timeline format ribbon. And these contextual ribbons contain, in this example, everything I need to change and format that timeline area running across the top. So those are going to change depending on where you're clicked. Now, the final tab that we haven't spoken about much yet is the File tab. Now, notice I refer to this sort of separately to the others, and that's because it does look different. When you click on File, it takes you into what we call the Backstage area. And this is where you're going to find sort of your more admin-y style tasks. This is where you would come if you want to create a new project, either a blank project or maybe from a template. This is where we come if we want to open an existing project that maybe we have saved off to a specific folder or maybe even in the cloud. If we click on Info, this is where we can come to see some information about this particular project that we have open. We have Save and Save As, and we're going to get into those a little bit more later on in this section. We can print from here, we can share our file, we can export it, and we can also close. And then towards the bottom, we have Account. So this is where you can come to find out information related to your account. For example, we can see here exactly which version of project we're using. So sometimes maybe if your IT team is saying to you, what version of project are you using? This is where you can come to find out that information. Notice here it says Microsoft Project Online Desktop Client. This is where we also come to install any updates, and we can also do things like change our theme. For example, if I wanted to work with a black theme, I could do that if I preferred that. I could go with this nice dark grey, or I can stick to white or colourful, which in general is what I like to set. We can also change our office background. So if you cast your eyes up to the top right hand corner, you can see I just have this sort of doodle pattern in the background. This is where we can change that. So that might be something that you want to do. And finally at the bottom here, this is really important. This is our project options area. And we have lots of different pages of information. Now, options is where we come to adjust our settings and really personalize how our copy of project works for us. And we're going to be dipping in and out of here throughout the balance of this course. And in fact, in a lesson that we have coming up, we're going to jump into here and I'm going to show you some of the settings that I recommend that you change before you get started. Now, just before we leave here, I just want to go back to the Open screen. Now, as I mentioned, this is where you can come to open any existing project files that you have stored off. And you can see I've got some locations here where I could select my project files from. So I use OneDrive cloud storage, so I could open up a project file that I have saved into OneDrive very easily from here. Alternatively, if I just have it saved off to my PC, I could choose the This PC option underneath other locations. And if I click on Browse, that's going to open up File Explorer and allow me to navigate that way if that's what you prefer. If you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side, notice we have two folders at the top here, Projects and Folders. Now, I'm currently clicked on Projects and it's showing me the last projects or the most recent projects that I opened. Now this is a very new install of Project 2021, so I don't have a great deal in here, but if you've been using Project for a while, then this list is going to be full of your most recent files. The same thing with the folders area. This is going to show you the last folders that you saved files into. And the idea here is it just makes it really quick for you to find things that you've worked on recently and open them. And we can simply open by double clicking on the file in the list. And if you have any files that maybe you access every single day, you can pin those to the top of the list so that they don't move around when we start opening other files. For example, if I want to pin Marketing Campaign Planning Project, I can click on the pin icon and that's going to move it up to this pinned area just here. And that's going to stay there until I choose to unpin this item. And I can simply do that by clicking on the drawing pin once again, and it's going to remove it from that little area. Now, the final thing to mention about these ribbons running across the top is that you can minimize or collapse up the ribbon and give yourself a little bit more room on the screen. Now, the way that you do that is if you just right-click your mouse anywhere on the ribbon, you can see in the contextual menu, we have an option to collapse up the ribbon. If I click on this, it's going to collapse that up. I can just see those tab headings, but I can't actually see the commands. And it just gives me a little bit more room to work with. Now, what happens when I want to actually access a command? Well, I simply click on the tab and it's going to pull down temporarily that ribbon. When I click away again, it's going to disappear. If I want to bring it back permanently, I just need to click on a tab, right click, and then uncheck collapse the ribbon. So that's more of a detailed run through of the different ribbons that we have, that backstage area and what you can find in there, and also how we can collapse up the ribbons. Something that I highly recommend that you do is customize the Quick Access Toolbar. And I mentioned the Quick Access Toolbar in the last lesson. It's this little toolbar that we can see running just above the timeline and underneath the ribbons. Now, currently the toolbar isn't showing too much. We have a few little icons on there. And it's worth noting that when you're looking at your copy of Project, your Quick Access Toolbar might not look exactly the same as mine, or you might not be able to see it at all. So let me show you first of all how you can turn the Quick Access Toolbar off or on. Now mine's currently on, so I'm going to turn it off, but the process is the same if you want to do the reverse. So once again, we just need to right click our mouse anywhere on the ribbon. And in the contextual menu, you can see I have Hide Quick Access Toolbar. Now, if you don't have yours displayed, that's going to say Show Quick Access Toolbar. So if I click this, notice that that toolbar now disappears. If I right click again and click Show, it brings it back again. So make sure that you're showing that Quick Access Toolbar. Now, what exactly is this Quick Access Toolbar, or QAT as we refer to it? Well, this is a customizable area where we can add commands that we use frequently to make them easy to find and action. And you can see on here, I have a few commands added already. So I can create a new project from here. I can save, I can undo, and I can redo. So how do we customize this Quick Access Toolbar and fill it full of commands that we use all the time? Well, there are a couple of different ways that we can do this. Notice that right next to the Quick Access Toolbar, I have a little drop-down arrow. When I hover over, it says Customize Quick Access Toolbar. And that's going to open up a menu, which is going to allow me to add very quickly one of these 15 or so commands. And you can see the ones that are currently on my Quick Access Toolbar already have a tick next to them. So new, save, undo, and redo. So if I decide that I'm always print previewing my projects, I could choose print preview and it's going to add that command to that Quick Access Toolbar. Maybe I want to add email. I could do that as well. Now, notice in here, we only have a few of the vast amount of commands that are available in Project. So what if we want to add a command to the QAT that isn't in this list? Well, again, there are a couple of different ways that we can do this. Now, the easiest way to add a command that you can see on one of the ribbons is simply to right-click on it. So maybe I'm always looking at the project information window. So if I go across to the project tab where we have project information, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to say Add to Quick Access Toolbar. That is the quickest way to add any command that you can see on your ribbons. I'm going to right click on spelling and I'm going to add that to the quick access toolbar as well. So really nice and straightforward. And as you would imagine, if I then decide that I want to remove something from this quick access toolbar, I can right click on it and I have a remove from quick access toolbar option just here. Now it's worth noting that not every command in project is available on a ribbon. And some commands are available on contextual ribbons, which means we don't actually see them until they're needed. So what if I want to add one of those commands that I can't currently see on the ribbons to my quick access toolbar? Well, this is where we need to click the drop down again to go into Customize and go to More Commands. Now this is basically going to jump us across to our project options. And you can see it's jumped us straight into the quick access toolbar area. Now what you can see in here, if we start on the right hand side, is I can see a preview of my quick access toolbar and I can see all of the commands that I currently have on there. So project information and spelling were the last two that we added. On the left hand side, this is where I can see all of the commands that I can move to the quick access toolbar. Now they are grouped together, so currently I'm only looking at popular commands. If I want to see a list of all commands available in project, I need to choose all commands from that drop down. And now I have all of the commands in here. And fortunately, they are organized into alphabetical order to make them a little bit easier to find. So we can then scroll through, find exactly what we want. So let's go for something like, I'm just going to go for arrange. We can select it and then click the add button to move it across to the quick access toolbar. So very, very simple just to add things. Similarly, if you want to remove something from the quick access toolbar, you can select it and then click the remove button in the middle. We can also organize our commands using the up and down arrows on the right hand side. So maybe I decide that I want undo to be first in the list and redo next. And the final thing I always like to do here is I like to add some separators. Now separators are a very simple way just to add a little bit of structure into that quick access toolbar. They allow us to visually separate commands of similar type. At the top of every list in here, you're going to find separator. So I'm in all commands, but if I was in popular commands, right at the top of that list, we have a separator as well. So I'm going to add a couple of separators into here. I'm just going to rearrange them. So let's move this one down to, I think, just about there. So now when I click on OK, take a look at how that quick access toolbar has updated. So it's added the new commands and you can see that we have these faint lines. Those are the separators, which just adds a little bit of structure in. The final thing to point out here is that if you don't like or you find it difficult to identify these commands on the quick access toolbar simply by looking at the icon, we can choose to have a label next to the icon. And this is a reasonably new feature in Project. Let's click the drop down. Right at the bottom here, we have Show Command Labels. So if I click on this, you can see it adds a piece of text next to each one, making it a little bit easier to know what that icon represents. Of course, the downside is it does take up more room, so you can't have quite as many items on your QAT. I'm going to switch mine back to the icons, but that is pretty much all there is to know about the very useful feature, the Quick Access Toolbar. If you want to work efficiently in Microsoft Project, then you're going to want to know a selection of keyboard shortcuts to help you move around your project plan quickly. And the good news is if you are already a Microsoft user, as in you are used to using applications like Excel, PowerPoint, or maybe even Word, many of the keyboard shortcuts that you already know and love in those applications are exactly the same in Project. So things like Control-C to copy, Control-V to paste, Control-X to cut, Control-S to save. All of these are exactly the same. Now, of course, there are some differences and some that are very specific to Project only. And in general, what you'll find is that you'll probably have 10 to 15 keyboard shortcuts memorized, and you will use them all the time. I'm a huge fan of keyboard shortcuts because I find they really do speed up the way that I work. So where can you go to see a full list of all the keyboard shortcuts available in Project? Well, the easiest way is to go into the help files. So we're going to go in there from the Tell Me box. And I mentioned this keyboard shortcut earlier. We're going to press Alt-Q, which is going to jump our cursor up to the top there. So if we type in keyboard shortcuts and hover over the arrow, I want the second one, keyboard shortcuts for Project. So this is going to open that help file, and then as we scroll down, the shortcuts are divided into different groups. So if we jump into frequently used shortcuts, we can see a big long list of all of the different shortcuts to execute specific tasks in Project. And as I said, you'll notice that some of these are exactly the same. So saving a project file, Control S. Creating a new project file, Control N. That's the same as if you wanted to create a new Word document in Word. So have a little look through these, maybe jot down a few that are going to be most useful to you. And then after a while, you'll find that you get these memorized. Now, another way to find out if a command on the ribbon has a keyboard shortcut assigned to it, because not all commands do, is to simply hover your mouse over the command. Now notice here, I'm hovered over bold on that ribbon, and I can see the keyboard shortcut in brackets in that screen tip that comes up, Control B. If I hover over underline, Control U is the keyboard shortcut. If I hover over copy, Control C is the keyboard shortcut. Now if I hover over, for example, inspect, it's not showing me the keyboard shortcut. So does that mean that it doesn't have one? Well, not necessarily, because something else we also have, which I know a lot of people love to work with, are what we call key tips. Now we can access our key tips by pressing the Alt key on our keyboard. Now as soon as I do that, check out what has happened to my ribbon. This is a great way to be able to navigate and select commands entirely using your keyboard. So maybe I want to switch the view. I can go across to the view ribbon by pressing W. I then jump across to that ribbon and get a whole new set of keyboard shortcuts. So let's say I want to look at task usage. I'm going to press K. That's going to drop down the menu. I want the first one, so I need to select K again, and now it's switching me across to that particular view. Take a look at the bottom, I can see my task usage pane. And I did that using entirely keyboard shortcuts. So that Alt key is really useful. So if you recall, I mentioned that some of these commands, when you hover over them, don't have a keyboard shortcut showing, but if we press the Alt key, and make sure that we're on the Task tab, press H, notice that Inspect actually does. I could use NS, and that is effectively a shortcut for this Inspect command. And if you want to turn these key tips off, simply press the Alt key again to get rid of them. When we're working in Project, we have lots of different built-in views that we can display in different panes. And the initial view, or the default view that will load up when you first start using Project, is called Gantt with timeline. And you can see that reflected in the current project. At the top, we have this timeline view giving us an overview, and then underneath we have the Gantt chart, which shows us all of our individual tasks, our task information, and then a visual representation of those tasks. Now, if we jump up to the View tab up here, we have a split view group. So this is where I can control whether or not I see that timeline view at the top. So if I decide that I'm not interested in this at this stage, I can simply deselect timeline and that's going to disappear. Put the check back and it brings it back again. Something else I can do from here is I can turn on the details view. And what this is going to do is it's going to split the screen and it's going to add task form view at the bottom. And this task form basically gives me more information about whatever task I'm currently clicked on in my project plan. So if I was to select this second task just here, I can see a little bit more information about this specific task. So currently I don't have any resources assigned to this task, so that is why this area is blank. But I can see the duration is 2 days, it's effort driven, I can see the start and finish dates, I can see that it's fixed units, and I can also see a list of any predecessors down here as well. So that details pane can be pretty useful for viewing more detailed information. Now I'm going to turn this off and I'm going to switch my timeline back on again. Now let's jump back to the Task tab because you can see that we have a view group just here. Now, if I click the drop down, this is where we can choose what we're displaying in our primary window. So currently you can see that I'm displaying the Gantt chart, but I've also got a big long list of some of the most popular views that I might want to switch to. For example, I could switch across to the task usage view, and I'm now seeing that in the primary window as opposed to the Gantt chart. Now notice at the side here we have task usage and timeline. Now the one that's highlighted in green is basically where you're currently clicked. So for me, that is task usage. If I was to click up in the timeline, that title is going to turn to green. So just be aware that you can very simply switch between your views from this Gantt chart dropdown. The difference between this and jumping across to the View tab is on the View tab, we just have a bit more detail about the different views that we can select. And it's split down into views related to tasks and views related to resources. Now, the final way that we can switch views in Project is by using the status bar. And again, this is very similar to other Microsoft applications. If you cast your eyes down to the bottom right-hand corner, you can see that we have our different views down here. So I can switch into Gantt chart view, which is basically what I'm currently on. I can switch across to task usage view, which is what we were just looking at. I can go to Team Planner, which is a slightly different way of viewing my project. And then I also have a resource sheet. So if I have any resources, I'm going to be able to see them in there. And then finally, I have a blank report view as well. So as always with Microsoft, there are numerous different ways of switching views. We're going to be working predominantly in the default view, which is Gantt chart and timeline. So as you leave this lesson, ensure that your project is set up in this way. Another piece of terminology that you need to get used to when you're working in Project is the concept of tables. And a table is a little bit like a spreadsheet in Excel. For example, currently I have the entry table loaded up on the screen. And this is just what you can see over here. A table in general is made up of columns and also rows. So in this particular entry table, you can see the columns that we have are task mode, task name, duration, and then if I was to drag this out, we have a lot more lurking underneath there. And then we have rows that contain our task information. And this has the look and feel, as I said, of an Excel spreadsheet. Now the entry table is the main table that you're going to use to enter information about each task. But there are other tables that we can load up in order to see other pieces of information and also edit them directly from the table as well. So if we jump up to the View tab at the top, in the data group, we have a tables drop down just here. And you can see that currently the entry table is selected. That's the one we're currently looking at. But I have other tables that I can select depending on what I'm interested in seeing at any given time. So maybe I want to load up the summary table. I can simply select it and it gives me an overview of the main touch points of this particular project. Or maybe I'm interested in the costs that are assigned to this project. I could load up the costs table. Now we don't have any costs in this project as yet, but we can see our fixed costs, our total costs, our baseline, the variance, all things like that. Let's go back up to tables, because we also have a more tables option right at the bottom. And this is going to open up this little window, which is going to show us all of the tables that we can load up into our primary window. So if you can't find what you're looking for in that tables drop down, jump into more tables and you should be able to find it in here. So maybe I'm interested in looking at the work table. Let's apply. And this is going to show me information about the work hours, the baseline work hours, if I've set that, the variance, the actual, so on and so forth. Now, another way that you can quickly switch between tables is to hover your mouse over this little square in the corner. So just above where we have row 0 and to the left of where it says task name, if we right click in this little area, this is a quick way of switching between the most popular types of tables. So I'm going to switch back to entry. But that's pretty much all you need to know about tables at this stage. Just know that there are lots of different tables that you can load up in order to view different types of information. In exercise 2, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned so far in this section. So the first thing I'd like you to do is just open up Project and then open a new blank project. I'd like you to review the ribbons and familiarize yourself with where the commands are located on each ribbon. I'd then like you to practice moving between ribbons and selecting commands using keyboard shortcuts. Once you feel comfortable with all that, let's add some commands to our Quick Access toolbar. So I don't mind which ones you add. I've just given you some examples here of adding the Format Painter, the 100% Complete button, and Copy. And finally, I'd just like you to have a little play around and switch between views and tables, so that when we do that throughout the course, you know exactly where you need to go. So a few things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first thing I asked you to do in this exercise is open a new blank project. So I'm back at the start screen, I'm in the new section, we have blank project at the top, double click to select. The next thing I asked you to do was just familiarize yourself with the different ribbons. So take a good look through some of these ribbons and review some of the commands that we have on these ribbons. Remember, if we hover our mouse over any of these, we get that little screen tip pop up, which gives us more of an idea as to what this does. So I just wanted you to sort of have a little look through, start to get familiar with the layout of project. The next thing I asked you to do was to practice navigating quickly and opening up commands using keyboard shortcuts. So remember, we can press our Alt key, which pulls up those little letters. So for example, I could go to the View tab by pressing W. I could go to the Gantt chart by pressing G, and then I could switch to the Tracking Gantt by pressing N. So make sure you're familiar with those Alt key shortcuts. The next thing I asked you to do was to practice adding some commands to the Quick Access toolbar. Now, I already have quite a few on here, and I didn't really mind which commands you added, but I did give you some examples. And one of those was the Format Painter, so we can simply find it here in the clipboard group, right-click, add to Quick Access toolbar. Another one was the 100% Complete button, which is just here in the Schedule group, right-click, add to Quick Access toolbar. And the final thing I asked you to practice was simply switching between different views and tables. So on the task ribbon, we can click the drop down underneath Gantt chart and we can switch to different views from here. So I can switch to the resource sheet, I can switch to resource usage, so on and so forth. And if I want to switch between tables, I can click on the View tab, click the Tables drop down. The default is the Entry table, but I can switch to any of these. So I can go to the Work table, the Summary table, so on and so forth. So just make sure you're familiar with all of these different controls. There's lots of options and settings that we can change in Microsoft Project to get our copy of Project working in a way that best suits us. And really, the options that you set are very much personal preference, but there are a few that I would recommend that you either toggle on or toggle off before you get going. So let's run through those, and I'll show you my recommendations. Now, to get to your project options, we need to jump up to the File tab, which is going to take us into that backstage area. And we're going straight down to the bottom. Let's open up Options. Now, project options is a huge area. We have so many different things that we can change in here. And you can see we have these different categories running down the left-hand side. So let's be logical and start at the top with the General tab. I'm just going to draw your attention to some that I'd like you to check and possibly think about changing. Now, notice here in the second section, we have Project View, and it's telling me that the default view here is Gantt with Timeline. And that's exactly what you can see behind here. We have the timeline at the top and the Gantt chart underneath. And in general, this is the view that I would recommend you start working with. There are other options in here, but if you have it set to something else, make sure that at least for the duration of this course, you have it set to Gantt with Timeline. We can also choose our date format from here as well. Now, this will differ depending on where you are in the world. As you can probably tell, I'm in the UK, and the UK has a different date format to somewhere like the US. Now, I have my copy of Project set to US date format, and you can see all of those listed down here. And in general, I like my dates to show in Project in a very concise way. So instead of this date format, I'm actually going to change mine to something a little bit more concise. I'm going to put it to that. Let's now jump across to the Schedule page and take a look at what we have in here. Now, at the top here where we have calendar options for this project, This is basically the time scale that our project is going to take on. So the week starts on Monday, the fiscal year starts in January, and a working day is essentially 8 till 5 p.m, 8 hours per day, 40 hours per week, and 20 days per month. Now we're going to talk a lot more about calendars a bit later on, but this is your standard calendar that Project uses by default. Of course, we can set up our own calendars and modify this default calendar so that it more accurately reflects the working hours of our company, because not everybody works Monday to Friday, 8 till 5 p.m. For the time being, we're going to leave these default calendar settings alone. If we scroll down to scheduling options for this project, you can see where it says new tasks created are auto-scheduled. And there are two options in here. You can have manually scheduled tasks and auto-scheduled tasks. So I'd like you to make sure that you have this set to auto-scheduled. What that means is that Project will use its own scheduling engine to calculate when the task should occur. And in general, it's a lot less work for you than manually scheduling your tasks. Now, a little bit further down, we have this little checkbox. New tasks are effort driven. Now, I'm going to put a check in this box, because what this means is that the total work or effort remains the same when you modify resource assignments. For example, if we assign 2 people to a task, that task duration decreases because the work is split between 2 people. And usually that's what you want it to do. So make sure you have a little tick in that box. And I also want you to make sure that where it says auto link inserted or moved tasks, make sure that you don't have a tick in this box, because in my experience, having this ticked can end up pretty messy. So make sure you untick that. Now let's jump across to the save page and check out our save options. Now, right at the top here, this is where we can specify where our project files are saved. So I'm going to change the location. Let's go to Browse, and I want mine saved in my course files folder. Let's click on OK. And the good thing about this is that every time I now go to save a project file, it's automatically going to jump me straight to this folder because it's the default file location. Another thing you might want to check here is autosave. So how often would you like your project file to autosave? Now, currently I have mine set to 5 minutes, and that's a little bit too short. So I think I'm going to change this to 20 minutes. And I want it to save the active project only. Now, another setting that I like to have turned on is prompt before saving. And what that means is that every 20 minutes, I'm going to get a prompt pop up on my screen asking me if I'd like to save my project file. Now, the reason why I like to have a prompt is that sometimes if I'm just messing around with a project file, if I'm not prompted to save, it means it's just going to save it automatically. And it might be that I'm doing something that I don't particularly want to save to the file. So I like to have a little prompt, and I can choose myself if I want to save or if I don't. Again, this is very much personal preference, but now I've set it to 20 minutes, you might see it pop up occasionally as we're working through this course. Let's jump across to the advanced page. And in this general section, I'm also going to turn on this option, prompt for project info for new projects. So when we create a new project, it's automatically going to open up the project information window so that I can enter in some useful information about my project. And this is something in general that I would do at the start anyway when I create a new project, so I might as well have it automatically prompt me to do that. So let's put a tick in there. And finally, let's jump across to the Trust Center. And we're going to go into our Trust Center settings. Now, I'm going to choose legacy formats just here because this allows me to define how Project deals with files that have been created in older versions of Project. Because what you might find is that if you are trying to open a file that was created in a much older version of Project, Project Professional simply will not open it. And sometimes you're not really sure why. So I'm going to say prompt when loading files with legacy or non-default file format so that I get a message letting me know that this file was created in an older version. Let's click on OK and OK again to save those settings. So those are some of the settings that I recommend you change before you start working with Project. In this lesson, we're going to explore the basics of creating, saving, and closing a project file. And up until this point, we've been working with just a very basic file that I've created from a template in Project. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to close this file down. So a couple of points about closing project files. There are a few different ways that you can do this. We can jump across to the File tab and we have a Close option in here. We could also use the keyboard shortcut Control W. Notice that it's prompting me to save my changes. So I'm going to say, yes, I do want to save those changes, and it's now closed down that file. A mistake that a lot of people often make is they immediately go up to the top right-hand corner of the screen and click on the cross in the corner. Now, the difference here is that if you click on that cross, it's going to close down all of project. So you're going to need to restart the application again in order to open another file. So if you just want to close down the file but leave project open, go to File and Close, or use the keyboard shortcut Control W. So now we've closed that file, it's jumped us directly to the Backstage area and to the New section. So this is where we can come to create a new project file. And you can see we have lots and lots of different templates. Sometimes it's quite good to start from a template, because it means you're not having to start completely from scratch. And you can see that we have lots of templates in here organized by category that we can have a little search through. So maybe I just want a simple project plan. I could select this template from here, click on Create, and it's going to load that up into the main window. And these are great because we can just go in and edit the tasks, but we already have the bare bones of a project plan in place. So they're a great starting block if you're new to project, and even if you're not new to project, they can be invaluable. Now, we're not going to work from a template in this case, so Control W to close down, and this time I'm not going to save the changes. Because what we want to do is we want to create a blank project. So you can see the first option we have here, the first thumbnail, is blank project, or we can use the keyboard shortcut Control N, which is also going to create us a new blank project. Now notice what's happening here. If you remember, one of the options that we set in the last lesson was that as soon as we create a new project, it's going to pop open the project information window. And that's exactly what it's doing just here. So now I can define the start date of my project, the calendar I want to use, where I want to start scheduling from, all of that helpful stuff. So I'm going to set my project start date to quite a way in the future. So let's do it for the 1st of March next year. Now, when you schedule a project start date, that's basically where any tasks you add are going to start from. But also if you add tasks and you don't assign a date to them, which is something which happens frequently in projects. Sometimes you're not really sure when exactly a task is going to start right at the beginning of the project. If you add a task with no start date, it's going to give it the default of whatever we have for the start date of the project. So in this case, March the 1st, 2023. Now notice that the finish date is grayed out. And that's because Project calculates the finish date for us automatically based on the tasks in our schedule. So the finish date is constantly moving depending on the duration of each task. That's why we can't edit it from here. Another thing to note is that the calendar that this project is going to use is the standard calendar. And I briefly mentioned this again in the last lesson. The standard calendar, or the default calendar in Project, is Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. with an hour for lunch. Now, there are a couple of other calendars in here. There's a 24-hour calendar, and there's also a night shift calendar. But for now, we're going to keep this on the standard calendar. So that's all the information I want to add about this project at this stage. Let's click on OK. And the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to save this project. If you take a look up in the title bar, you'll see that before you save it for the first time, it's going to be given the very generic name of Project 1, Project 2, Project 3, so on and so forth. So let's save. Again, we can go into File, or we can press Control S, and it's going to jump us across to the Save As section. Now, if this is the first time that you're saving a file, it doesn't matter if you choose Save or Save As. It's going to take you to Save As because we need to give it a name. Now, I'm going to go straight down to Browse, and notice what happens. Again, this is another setting that we changed. It takes me directly to my default project file location, which for me was the Course Files folder. So I'm just going to give this a name, My First Project, and click on Save. Notice that the name has now changed up in the title bar. So now that we've saved this for the first time, as we work through, we can now just save normally. So when we press Control S, it's just going to save all the changes that we've made. Now I'm quickly going to close this file. Again, I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Control W, and let's just briefly take a look at how we can reopen files. Let's go to the Open page. And if you cast your eyes over to the right-hand side of the screen, notice that the file that we last accessed is at the top of the list. And I'm going to click on the drawing pin to pin that to the top. So all I really need to do here is double-click to reopen. And if we Control W to close down again, the other way that I could open the file is to go to Browse, and it's going to jump me back to that folder where I have all of my files saved. And I can simply select it, click on Open, and it's going to open the file. So really simple and straightforward to create new project files, save them, and close and open a project. I've mentioned calendars a few times already in this course, so let's delve into this subject in a little bit more detail, and I'll show you how you can set up your project calendar. Now, as I've mentioned, calendars in project define the working and non-working time for your project. And the default calendar in project is Monday to Friday, 8 to 5 p.m. with 1 hour for lunch. Now, not everybody works in this way. For example, some people might work part-time, others might work at night, some might have certain days of the week off. So we have the ability to create additional calendars in project. So let's go up to the Project tab, and in the Properties group, we want to go to Change Working Time. This is where we can come to take a look at our different calendars and define the working hours for that calendar. It's also where we can create new calendars from as well. Now, notice at the top, we have loaded up our standard project calendar. This is the default. We have a little legend which tells us what this shading means in this calendar. So you can see here, anything that's white is working time, so that's Monday to Friday. Anything that's shaded in grey is non-working time, so in this calendar, that is Saturday and Sunday. And that's all we have in this particular standard calendar. Notice that if I click on a day in the calendar, it shows me over on the right-hand side that this particular day that I'm clicked on is a working day, and these are the hours. So 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. We then have a 1 hour break for lunch, and then the afternoon is 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. And then underneath, we have a little exceptions table and a work weeks table. Now, if we go back up to the top and click the drop down, notice we have 2 other calendars in here. So let's take a look at the night shift calendar. So this is defined by different working times. So you can see here, every day is a working day apart from Sunday. And if I click on one of the working days, we can see the working times for this particular night shift calendar. So 12 a.m. to 3 a.m., then 4 a.m. to 8 a.m., 11 p.m. to 12 a.m. Now, if we take a look at the work weeks tab underneath, this tab basically represents the days and times when people work. Now, because this says default in here, the default calendar applies to all dates. So let's switch back to our standard project calendar, because what we're going to do here is we're going to make some modifications. So I'm going to make sure I'm clicked on work weeks where we have default, and let's click on details. Now, I've got Sunday selected currently, and Sunday is a non-working day in this standard calendar. But let's go to Monday. You can see in here, it's showing us the times that apply for this working day. Now, maybe I decide that Monday to Friday, the working day at my organization doesn't start until 9 a.m. So the morning is basically 9 a.m. to 12. We then have an hour for lunch, and then the afternoon is 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. instead. So I'm going to change these working times. Now, a simple way to do this is I can select all of the days that I want to change the times for simply by holding down my mouse button and dragging down. So I've got Monday to Friday selected. I'm going to say set days to these specific working times, which allows me to edit these fields. So I can simply come in here and I'm going to make the change. So let's say we want this to be 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. and click on OK. And you can now see that that's been reflected up here where it says working times for October the 5th, 9 a.m. to 12, 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. And you'll find that that is the same for all of the working days. So very simple and straightforward to modify the standard calendar. Now, it might be that some weeks we have different working hours. So for example, that kind of middle week between Christmas and New Year where a lot of people still work, the company might decide that we have reduced hours because it's Christmas. So if we want to add in a schedule that accommodates that, we can simply add in another work week in this little area at the bottom. So I could give it a name. Let's say, I'm just going to call it Christmas week. I can choose when that's going to start. So let's move across to December, and it's going to be, let's say this week just here, it starts on the 26th and ends on the 30th. I can then go into details and I can set up the hours for that particular week. So again, it's Monday to Friday. I'm going to set the working hours, and maybe everyone's doing a half day. So let's say 12 to 6 p.m. And I can just delete out what we have here. Click on OK and check out the calendar above. It's now updated to reflect that change. I notice in the calendar, these are now highlighted in yellow. And if we look at the legend, it's telling me that this is a non-default work week because it's a little bit of an anomaly. And of course, from here, we can also create additional calendars. So maybe I want to create a calendar for all the members of staff who work part-time. We have a Create New Calendar button in the top right-hand corner. Let's click it. And I'm going to call this Part-Time Calendar. And in general, I like to base the part-time calendar off of the standard calendar and simply modify it. So I'm going to say make a copy of standard. Let's click on OK. I want to save the changes I've made to the standard calendar. And now I'm in the part-time calendar. So I can now go through and define the working times. So let's go into details. Again, I'm going to say that part-time workers, they work Monday, Wednesday and Friday, and they do 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. And let's get rid of that underneath. Click on OK, and now I have my part-time calendar, which I can select from the For Calendar drop-down at the top. Using project calendars, we can define exceptions for regular work weeks, such as public holidays. So in this lesson, I'm going to show you how you can set those up. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to jump across to the Project tab, and we're going to go back into Change Working Time. And we're going to add our exceptions to the standard project calendar. So let's make sure that we've got that selected at the top there, which we have. And at the bottom, we want to make sure we're clicked on the Exceptions tab. Now, exceptions are primarily for non-working time. For example, I might want to set up an exception for the first bank holiday in May next year. Now, for those of you outside of the UK, a bank holiday is basically just a public holiday. And for us, we have a bank holiday on the 1st of May. It's our spring bank holiday. So I'm going to set up an exception in this calendar because it's non-working time. So let's first type in the name. I'm going to double click so I can edit this cell, and I'm going to say Spring Bank Holiday. Now, when I press the tab key, it puts in some default start and finish dates, but we're going to jump straight in here and we're going to change this. So the Spring Bank Holiday occurs on the 1st of May every year. So let's select that. And it's just one day, so you can see the finish time has automatically updated to reflect a one-day holiday. Maybe I want to add in another exception. So this time we're going to say that the office is being renovated, so none of us are working. Now, that probably wouldn't happen in a real world scenario. We'd probably be asked to work from home. But just for this example, let's add in 5 days of non-working time for office renovations. And this is going to occur in the summer. So let's go and say that this is going to start on the 12th of June and it's going to end on the 16th of June. So we have a 5-day duration. Now, because this is non-working time, I don't really need to jump into details and specify anything else other than the name and the start and finish dates. And you can see that when I click on exception number 2, office renovations, at the top here it says June the 12th, 2023 is non-working. And if we now take a look in the little calendar preview for June just above, you can see that those have been shaded out accordingly in the calendar. And if we look at the legend, it's telling me that this relates to exception days for this calendar. So far, everything is working correctly. Now, another thing you can add in are recurring exceptions. For example, maybe our team has a monthly all-day meeting. Now, technically, these might be considered as working days, but we're going to block them out in our calendar as non-working days. And this is a meeting that occurs every month, so we want to make sure that we set this exception to recur monthly. So let's type in the name. We're going to say monthly meeting. Now for this, I don't necessarily need to specify the start and finish dates just here. If we jump into details to open up this pane, this is where we can set our recurrence pattern. And one thing to note here is that when you're adding in this type of recurring exception, all of the recurrences need to be the same. So we're going to set this to non-working time, and then we're going to choose our recurrence pattern. So this is a monthly meeting, and I'm going to say that this meeting occurs on the first Monday of every month. And then we need to choose the range of recurrence. So when is the first meeting going to be? When's it going to start? So I'm going to say that this first meeting is going to be towards the start of the project. So our project begins on the 1st of March. So let's say that the first meeting is going to be the Monday after, the 6th of March. And then we can choose a specific date that we want this to end by, or we can choose to end after a specific number of occurrences. So I'm going to schedule this for an entire year. So I'm going to say end after 12 occurrences because it's a monthly meeting. Let's click on OK. And now we should see this also shaded out in our calendar as an exception day. So we're on June 2023, but remember I scheduled it for all of next year, and the first Monday of the month, the 5th of June, is in fact shaded out. If we go to May, you can see yes, it's there as well, so on and so forth. And now you can also see in the exceptions table at the bottom, the start and finish dates have now updated to reflect the information that we've added into details. Let's click on OK. And we now have those exceptions added to our standard calendar. In order for everything to work correctly in Project, there's some information that Project needs to know. For example, Project needs to know how many work hours there are in a day and a week, along with how many days there are in a month, so that it can convert durations between time units. It also needs to know the default start and finish times for tasks when they don't have dependencies to calculate them. So let's just confirm what our calendar hours actually are first of all. So we're going to go up to the Project tab and we're going to go into Change Working Time. Now we're in the standard project calendar and you can see in the preview window underneath, it's currently got today's date highlighted, October the 4th, 2022. And then we have our working times defined, 9 a.m. to 12 p.m. We have a 1 hour break for lunch, and then we work 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. So this works out to an 8-hour day, which is 40 hours a week. So these are the working times that we've defined for our standard project calendar. And if you recall, we did make a slight amendment to these earlier on in this course. So now that we have just reviewed our actual working times, let's click on OK, and we're going to jump into project options. So let's go up to the File tab, all the way down into Options, and we're going to go to the Schedule tab. Now we did briefly look in here a bit earlier on, because at the top here, this is where we can define our calendar options for this project. So what we're basically trying to do here is we want to make sure that our calendar options in here match our actual project calendar. Now notice here, default start time is 8 a.m. Now note at the top here, default start time and default end time are currently set to 8 till 5. So we need to change this because our project calendar is 9 to 6. So we're going to reselect 9 a.m. and we're going to finish at, where are we? All the way down here, 6 p.m. And this still works out at a standard 8 hours per day, 40 hours per week, and 20 days per month. If you're wondering how it calculates this 20 days per month, Project basically says there's roughly 4 weeks in a month, and there are 5 working days per week. So 4 times 5 is effectively 20 days per month. Now, the final thing you want to check in here is right at the top where it says calendar options for this project. And we have the project that we've got open right now listed. Now, if we click the drop down, we want to make sure we change this to all new projects, because if we leave it on just the project that we have open, these timings are only going to be used for that particular project. And I want to use these timings for all new projects that I create. So let's make sure we select all new projects and click on OK. So now our project options are synchronized with what we have defined in our project calendar. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So I'd like you first to open the file newproductlaunch.mpp from the exercise files folder. Once you've got that file open, I'd like you to go in and change the working time of the standard calendar to 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. I'd then like you to add another calendar, a part-time calendar, for staff that work Monday to Friday, 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. I'd like you to sync the project calendar options with the project calendar. And once you've done all of that, I'd like you to close the project file. So a few different things to do there. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So the first part of this task was to open the file newproductlaunch.mpp from the exercise files folder. So this is that file. You can see it's already populated with tasks, durations, start and finish dates. Now the next part of the task was to change the working time. So for this, we need to go to the Project tab and in the Properties group, change working time. Now I asked you to change the working time for the calendar, Standard Project Calendar, which is the one that we currently have selected. And if I click on one of the working days, so Monday to Friday, you can see that the current working times are 8 a.m. to 12 p.m. and 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. So let's go across to work weeks and click on the details button. And from here, we can define our working times. So I'm going to select Monday to Friday, and we do that by holding down the Shift key. And I'm going to say set days to these specific times. And then we're going to modify this 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. and 2 p.m. to 6 p.m. and click on OK. So now all of our working days should be set to those times. I then asked you to create a new calendar for part-time workers. So let's click on Create New Calendar. I'm going to call this half-time, and I'm going to make a copy of the standard calendar to do this. I'm going to say yes, I want to save changes to the standard calendar, and now I can define my working hours. So once again, I'm going to select a working day. Let's click on the details button. But this time we're going to select Monday to Friday. We're going to set to these specific working times, but the part-time people only work 9 to 1. So let's add that in and we can delete out the other times. Click on OK. And now we can switch between these two calendars. We have our standard project calendar with our new times, and then we have our half-time calendar where we have 9 a.m. to 1 p.m. The next thing I asked you to do was to synchronize your times with the actual project options calendar. So for this, we can jump straight into options by clicking the options button at the bottom. We're going to say that our week starts on a Monday, and I want to define my default start and end times. So we want these to match the times we've just set. So 9 a.m. and the default end time is 6 p.m. and click on OK. Let's click OK again. I'm going to give my file a quick save, and then we're going to close. It's time now to talk about something that is really important in project, and that is the difference between automatic and manually scheduled tasks. Now, before we get into the details, we need to make a quick change in project options. And as I've just been talking, you can see that project has popped up a prompt for me to save this project. If you recall in a previous lesson, I also set this in options as well. So I'm going to say, yes, I do want to save. And let's jump into our project options. Now, if we go to the schedule page, I want to draw your attention to this little section down here, scheduling options for this project. Now, notice it says any new tasks that are created are going to be manually scheduled. And this applies to this project only. So just this file that I have open. And if you take a look just behind this window in the status bar, you can see right at the bottom it says new tasks manually scheduled. Now I want to change this so that every task I schedule is auto-scheduled across all of the projects that I create. So I'm going to go in and I'm going to change this, because what I want to happen here is that for all new projects, I want them to be auto-scheduled by default. So I'm going to change it in my options, click on OK, and it's not going to switch this project to automatically schedule new tasks by default, I need to manually change that at the bottom. So where we have new tasks manually scheduled, I'm going to click just here and make sure that I have auto scheduled selected. Going forward, if I create new projects, it's going to default to auto scheduled. Now, what is the difference between manually scheduled tasks and auto scheduled tasks? Well, let's start out with auto scheduled tasks first of all. Auto scheduled tasks mean that project is automatically going to calculate task dates and durations, which is extremely helpful, particularly for large, complex projects. With manually scheduled tasks, we're in control of the task dates and durations. So let's take a deeper dive into this because it's a really important concept to get your head around. So let's start with auto-scheduled. If we take a look at the project plan that I have open, notice that the second column here is called task mode. So this is where we have our indicator as to whether a particular task is manually or automatically scheduled. And you can see here that for all of these tasks in this project plan, I have this icon. And this icon tells me that this particular task is automatically scheduled. That is the task mode. So let's pick a task in this list. I'm going to go for task number 12 just here. You can see that the duration of this task is 3 days. The start date is October the 7th and the finish date is October the 11th. So when I added this task in and I set the duration to 3 days and I also set the start date, Project automatically calculated what that finish date is going to be based on the duration and the start date. And of course, it's going to take into account things like weekends and non-working days. So Project effectively defines for me when this task is going to finish. Now, the benefits of automatically scheduled tasks really present themselves when we're looking at linked tasks. So for example, we're still looking at task 12. And if we take a look at the bars on the right-hand side, we can see this blue bar here represents the length of this particular task, but notice at the end we have an arrow because it's linked to task number 13. So task number 12 needs to finish before task number 13 can begin. So what happens if I was to change the duration of one of these tasks? So I'm going to go to task number 12, and instead of 3 days, let's change this to 7 days. Now, notice what happens. The start and finish times update. And again, if we take a look at the bar, that's also updated. It's now longer than it was. And task number 13, which relies on task number 12 completing, has also had its start and finish dates adjusted because of the change that we've made. So this is why automatically scheduling tasks is my preferred option, because it means that I don't then have to go in and start moving around task number 13 to reflect the new start and finish times. Now, manually scheduled tasks are basically do-it-yourself scheduling. We set the dates and the durations. So just to show you how this works, let's add a brand new task into our schedule. So I'm going to click task number 15 and I'm going to insert a new task above this task. Now there are a few different ways you can insert tasks. I'm going to right click and then from the contextual menu, I'm going to choose Insert Task. So now we have this new task up here. Notice that it's by default on the same indentation level as the ones above, and we're going to talk more about that in a later lesson. And it's automatically inserted it as an automatically scheduled task. Take a look at the icon in the task mode column. Now I'm going to change this to a manually scheduled task. So to change individual tasks, we don't want to change them all, we can click in the task mode, click the drop down and switch it from auto to manually scheduled. Now notice the different icon that we get just there. We get this little drawing pin or push pin icon. So that is how you can tell which tasks are manually scheduled and which ones are automatically scheduled. Also notice in the duration, we have 1 day question mark. And that's because we haven't defined start and finish dates for this task as yet. So Project doesn't really know, so it's put in the default of 1 day, and it's presenting a question mark because there's unknown information. So let's rename this task. I'm going to say Finalize Market Research Results, press the Tab key, and I'm going to set a duration. So I'm going to set this to 2 days. Now notice the start date just here. It's showing as September the 30th, 2022. And that is, in fact, the start date of this project. So when we don't define a start date for a task, the default is to start based on that project start date. Now also notice what's going on with the bar over here. Notice that the bar is showing in this teal color. Now maybe at this stage I'm not sure about the start date for this particular task. So what I could do in here is add in some placeholder text as opposed to having start and finish dates. So in the finish field, I'm going to click and I'm going to say confirm with team. Now notice that it's been shaded out. The bar is now also a lot shorter because we don't have a finish date, we only have a start date. And check out what's happened to the icon in the task mode column. We now have a question mark in there because the finish date is effectively unknown at this stage. And this is a really good reminder for me when I'm looking through my project plan. I can see these highlighted areas, these placeholders, so that I know that I have some action to take. I need to confirm the market research results with the manager, and together we can work out how long this task might possibly take. Once we have that information, we can just go back into the schedule and add it in. So I'm going to say that it's been confirmed with the manager that this task needs to start on October the 20th, 2022. The duration is 2 days, so the finish date is going to be December the 21st. Notice the bar now has these dark green caps on either end, so that just means that we have a defined start and finish date for this manually scheduled task. Also notice that the question mark has disappeared from the pushpin icon because we've entered in the duration, the start and the finish date. So now that we've established the difference between auto-scheduled and manually scheduled tasks, let's create an auto-scheduled task so you can see how this works. So to add a task into the entry table, it's a simple case of clicking in the first row in the task name column and typing the task name. So my first task is conduct course research. If I press the tab key, it's going to take me across to the duration field. And notice again, by default, it's put in start and finish dates based off of the start date of this project. Also notice in the task mode column, this is an automatically scheduled task. So all we need to do here is basically fill in the duration and project is going to take care of everything else. So let's say that course research is going to take me 10 days. Now I can use these little up and down arrows to scroll through the number of days. Alternatively, I can click in the cell and I can simply type in 10. Now the default is days, so I don't need to specify anything other than 10. On a side note, if you wanted to maybe use weeks instead, what you could do here is type in, let's say 1W, and that's going to give you 1 week. Now I'm going to switch this back to 10 days. Now, if I just put in 10, because I just changed it to weeks, it's going to give me 10 weeks instead. So now I do need to add something in other than 10. I need to add D after it, so project knows it's days and not weeks. And now, based off of this duration and my start date, project has automatically calculated what that finish date is going to be for this specific task. And we can see the bar updated in our timeline on the right-hand side. So really nice and straightforward. Let's add in another task. And we're going to say that this task is going to take 3 days. Now, once again, check out the bar. Because I haven't specified a start date, it's starting at the same time as conduct course research, which is based off the start date of the entire project. Now, maybe I can't draft the course outline until I've conducted the course research, so I really want this task to begin when the one before it finishes. So I'm going to change the start date just here to let's say the 16th of March. Now, check this out. I'm getting the planning wizard pop up. Now, the planning wizard is an option that you can turn off or on, but by default, this is turned on. So it's telling me you entered a start date for draft course outline that is close to the finish date of conduct course research. So it's asking me if I'd like to link these so that draft course outline will always follow conduct course research. Or do I just want to move the start date of this task without adding a link to the previous task? Now, in this case, I do want to link these together because conduct course research is effectively a predecessor of draft course outline. Now, we are kind of getting a bit ahead of ourselves here because we haven't really discussed predecessors. But for the time being, just to really illustrate the benefits of auto-scheduling tasks, I'm going to say that I want to link them. Now, as soon as I click on OK, check out what happens to task number 2. It's now moved to its new start date and it's linked to the previous task. So what we're basically saying here is that task number 1, conduct course research, needs to end before I can draft the course outline. Also notice in the entry table just here, we have a predecessors column and we have a number 1 next to task number 2. So this is telling me that task number 1 is a predecessor of task number 2. So basically, when you automatically schedule tasks, and particularly when you're linking them together, the finish date of this first task really controls the other task. So now we understand how an automatically scheduled task works, let's turn our attention to manually scheduled tasks. And to really illustrate the difference, I'm going to add one more automatically scheduled task into the schedule. So let's click in task name and add a third task. So send outline to training manager for review is task number 3. Once again, notice the duration is set to 1 day with a question mark. So that means currently this is estimated. The start and finish dates are set to the start date of the project simply because we haven't linked this task to any predecessors. So for example, I kind of want all of these tasks to start after each other. So I can't send the outline to the training manager for review until I've drafted the course outline. So effectively, task number 2 is a predecessor of task number 3. So what I could do here to get all of my dates to update and reflect accurately is go to the predecessors column, click the drop down and select task number 2 as the predecessor. Notice on the timeline, it automatically links those tasks together and it moves task number 3 into the correct position because it starts directly after the task before it. I still need to add the duration, so I need to come in here and I'm going to say that this is going to take 1 day. So my automatic tasks start and finish date has basically been determined by its predecessor and whatever duration I've entered. Now, what about if this task doesn't have a predecessor? So if I remove the predecessor from this box by selecting it and pressing the delete key, notice what happens to this task. It moves back to the start date of the project. And if I try and change the start date to, let's say, the 21st of March, I'm going to get this little error message just here. And this is where we start to get into things like constraints. Now, I'm not going to get into that at this moment in time. I just really want to illustrate the difference between manual and automatic tasks. So when we have a task set to automatic and the start date isn't defined by a predecessor, if we try and go in and manually change that start date, we're going to get all kinds of error messages and constraints pop up. So this is where we would want to use a manually scheduled task instead. This is going to allow us to go in. We don't necessarily have to have a predecessor. We can just select the exact dates that we want from the calendar dropdown. So I want this to start on the 21st, which it does. The duration is 1 day, so it's going to end on the 21st as well. And if we take a look in the schedule, you can see that manually scheduled tasks show in a teal color. We have darker caps on the end and the beginning to show we have start and finish times in there that are fixed. And also notice we have this little push pin icon in the task mode dropdown. So automatic tasks are great for tasks that are linked together because it will automatically work out the start and finish times. But in some cases that can be a little bit restrictive and you might find switching it to a manually scheduled task a little bit easier to work with. Another type of task we can add into our project plan are milestone tasks. And milestones really show key points in a project. They might be there to show progress, completed deliverables, or decisions or triggers. And milestone tasks don't have any duration, so we can add as many as we need into our project. So let's add a couple in because these are very simple and straightforward. Now, notice that I've made a couple of changes to this project since the last lesson. I've added in a few more tasks, and the majority of these have predecessors and are automatically scheduled tasks. The final one at the bottom, where we finalize the course outline, you can see I have a little note in there. It's a manually scheduled task, and I don't really know the duration or the finish dates yet because I'm waiting on approval from the training manager. So I'm going to add in a milestone task for when this course outline is approved by the training manager. So I'm going to select task number 6. And another little side note here, when you're selecting tasks, click on the task number all the way over on the left-hand side. That's going to select the whole task as opposed to the individual fields if you were to click in any of these. So we're going to click on task number 6. Let's go up to the task tab, and all the way over in the insert group, we have a milestone option. So let's click to add a milestone task. Now notice that's inserted above where I was clicked, and we just have the default text of new milestone. Now notice that the duration is 0 days. As I said, milestone tasks don't have any duration, so it's always going to default to 0 days. And now we can rename this milestone. So I'm going to click in the field, and this is going to be outline approved. Now this milestone task relies on task number 5, the task before, being completed. So let's add in a predecessor. Once again, we can click the drop down, and I'm going to choose task number 5. Click on OK, and now check out the timeline. Milestones are represented with this little diamond icon. So let's zoom in so you can see that a little bit clearer. If we scroll across, we have a little diamond icon there, and it's showing me the date of this key milestone. And this milestone task doesn't change at all unless you manually move it. And milestone tasks don't increase the project duration in any way or reflect on the work or resource time. So now that I have that milestone, I can update the information for task number 7. So the duration is going to be 1 day, but I now know the date that this task can start. So we're going to change this to the day after the outline has been approved. So that is going to be March the 25th, but check it out. The 25th is a Saturday. So we want to set this to the next working day, which is going to be the 27th. And if we take a look at the timeline, we can see that change has now been reflected. And it's also worth noting that you can create predecessors for milestone tasks as well. So I'm going to make the milestone task a predecessor of finalized course outline. So if we click the drop down, there it is, task number 6, outline approved. Let's click, and that's now updated in the schedule. Summary tasks help us organize our project, and they also give our project structure. Summary tasks can represent different phases of a project or even different groups of tasks. And by design, when we create a summary task, we can have subtasks of that overall summary task. So let's start out in this example by inserting some new summary tasks for existing tasks in our project. So I've added a few more tasks in here. I've set the duration, start and finish times, and if they have predecessors. You'll also see that we have a bit of a mixture of automatically scheduled and manually scheduled tasks. So if I take a look at the different tasks that I have in this project, I might want to divide these up into more manageable sections. As I said, creating summary tasks allows us to focus on just what we're interested in at any given time, and it also makes our project easier to read, easier to understand, and it gives it structure. So we're going to split this project up into a few different sections. So what I'm going to do first here is I'm going to select all of the tasks that belong to the first section. And our first section is going to be called Preparation Phase. So let's hover our mouse over where we have task 1 until we can see that little black arrow. I'm going to click, and then I'm going to drag down to select all of the tasks that belong to this first phase. So that is basically going to be tasks 1 to 7. Let's go up to the Task tab, and then in the Insert group, we have a Summary option. And this is going to allow us to insert a summary task. Now check out what's happened to our table just here. We now have new summary task at the top, and the other tasks are now effectively subtasks of this summary task. So let's give our summary task a name. We can click in the field, and this is going to be called Preparation Phase. You don't have to put it in caps, that's just how I've chosen to lay these summary tasks out. Now notice that as soon as I do that, I get this little black triangle next to the summary task. So this is a collapsible and expandable group now. I can click on the little arrow and it's going to collapse up all of the subtasks. Click again and it's going to expand them all out. Also notice with this summary task, if we check out the timeline, summary tasks are represented by a black bar. Now the duration of the summary task is very much defined by the durations of the subtasks below it. So the summary task is basically going to show us the duration when we add up all of these subtasks below. And the start and finish dates for the summary task again is going to be determined by the subtasks below. So the start date that you see up here for this summary task is going to be the start date of the earliest task in this group. And the finish date is going to be the finish date of the latest task in this group. So we don't really have to go in and edit anything for summary tasks because it's all determined by the subtasks below. And the reason why these summary tasks are quite nice is because at a glance you can see exactly how long this preparation phase is going to take. I can see it's going to take 18 days. I can see we're starting on March the 1st and the preparation phase is going to come to an end on March the 27th. So it gives you a really nice high-level overview. Let's add in some more summary tasks. So this time I'm going to select tasks 9 to task 17. Let's click on Summary once again. This is going to be the recording phase. And this time you can see the duration for this entire phase is 69 days and we can see the start and end dates. And check out how that reflects in the timeline. Let's select tasks 19 to 24. Click on Summary. This is the documentation phase. And then finally, we have the Go Live phase. So all of the subtasks are indented under their relevant summary tasks. And we can collapse up any that we're not interested in, which helps us remove the noise and really just focus in on the tasks that are of interest to us. Now notice that when we've added in these summary tasks, by default, they are automatically scheduled summary tasks. But we can also have manually scheduled summary tasks as well. And manually scheduled summary tasks are sometimes quite good for showing us if we have enough time to get subtasks done. So I'm going to add in another summary task, and this is really just for demonstration purposes. I'm going to delete it straight away afterwards. But let's say I want to insert another summary task just here. So I'm going to highlight task 15. Let's go up to summary, and I'm just going to add in here editing phase. And I'm going to switch this to a manually scheduled summary task. Now currently the editing phase summary task only has one subtask, which is make video amendments. And the make video amendments task ends on June the 29th, so the summary task above reflects that as well. Now check out what happens if I go into this summary task and modify the duration. I'm going to take this down to 2 days. Now notice what happens here. I've got a red squiggly line underneath the finish, and if we check out the timeline, notice that it's showing in red. And that's basically telling me that the summary task is set to end before its subtask, in this case, completes. And this is probably something that I'm going to need to look at. Now, this doesn't generally tend to happen with automatically scheduled tasks, but sometimes when you're working with manually scheduled summary tasks, this problem might pop up. So it's good to know what it means and how to fix it. So now I can see that this is in red. I can see, okay, I've set 2 days for the editing phase, but we only have one subtask here, and that is 4 days long. So it's going to finish after the end of the summary task. Now I'm just going to take this back up to 4, which is an easy fix. As soon as I do that, you can see that it changes back to how it was previously, a teal bar with the summary task showing just above. So in the last lesson, we saw how we can add a bit of structure into our project by adding summary and subtasks. And I just want to focus a little bit more on that at the beginning of this lesson, and then I'm going to show you how you can import tasks from other Microsoft applications. Now, when we look at our tasks in our task entry view, we can see that the summary tasks are currently showing in bold with these little triangles next to them. And then all of the subtasks of these summary tasks are slightly indented from the left-hand side. Now, this is effectively a first level indent. And if we click on the little triangle, as we've seen, that's going to collapse up that particular group of tasks. Click again to expand them out. Now, it is worth noting that we can have subtasks of subtasks. For example, if I wanted to make, let's say, task number 3, draft course outline, a subtask of conduct course research, task number 2, I can simply select task number 3, and then up on the task ribbon in the schedule group, I have this little button here that will allow me to indent that task. Notice that the one next to it will outdent the task, so it's going to do the opposite. So if I click Indent Task, notice what happens in the grid. It's now indented task number 3 and made it a subtask of task number 2. And in turn, because task number 2 is now effectively a summary task, even though it's not a top-level summary task, it's highlighted in bold, and again we have the same collapsible and expandable menu. So if I collapse this up, it's just going to collapse up that one subtask. Click again to expand it out. Now, if I want to do the reverse of that, this can sometimes throw people off a little bit, because most people think, okay, well, I'm going to select task number 2 and I'm going to use the Outdent button. Now, if we do that, we get something a little bit strange. Outdenting makes task number 2 a top level task, and it removes the top level task from preparation phase. Now, I'm going to Control Z just to undo that, because effectively what we want to do here is select task number 3 and then click on the Outdent button. And that's going to put everything back to how it was previously. So don't forget about these two little buttons up here to indent and outdent your different tasks. Another thing that's worth noting is that if we jump up to the Gantt chart format ribbon, remember this is one of those contextual ribbons that you only see when you need it. And because we're working in Gantt chart view, that's why I can see this ribbon. Now, all the way over on the right-hand side, we have a little show hide group here, which is going to allow us to view our summary and subtasks in different ways. So currently you can see that I'm showing summary tasks. If I was to deselect this, it's going to remove those, and I just get a big long list of all of the tasks in my project. Click again to add those back in. Now, something else I can add is a project summary task. Now, when I click on this, check out what happens. We now get a new task at the top, and this is always task number 0. And this project summary task shows us information for the entire project. So I always like to have this in my project, so I've got a good at-a-glance overview of the exact duration and the start and finish dates of the entire project. The task name is always going to be the name of the project plan that you're working on. So for me, this particular plan is called Import Task Information, and that's why I have that in the task name just there. But of course, we can go in and change that to something a little bit more meaningful. So I'm going to say, let's just call this Training Rollout Project. So I highly recommend you turn on that project summary task. And then finally at the top, we can show or hide outline numbers. So this shows our summary tasks and subtasks with a different numbering system. So we have 1, 1.1, 1.2, so on and so forth. If I was to make, for example, this task, if I was to indent this a little bit further, so let's indent it. It then goes to 1.2 and 1.2.1 before going back to 1.3. So that can sometimes be a really nice way of structuring your project. Now, something else we can do when it comes to adding tasks into our project is we can import them from other Microsoft applications. For example, I've got some tasks that I want to add to this project, and I've got them in a Word document. Now, notice the way that I've structured this Word document. I have the summary task at the top. This is the live training phase. And then I have my top level task here. I've got some subtasks, so on and so forth throughout this document. And notice that some of these I have highlighted in yellow. And these are basically my milestone tasks. Now, if I want to quickly get all of these into my project plan, I don't have to manually type them in. I can simply copy and paste. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to select everything in this document, and a quick way of doing that is to press the keyboard shortcut Control A. I'm going to press Control C to copy. Let's go back to our project, scroll all the way down to the bottom, and I'm going to click in the task name, and then I just need to paste Control V, and take a look at that. It pastes everything in with the correct summary and subheadings. Now, I will say it doesn't always get this completely right, so I would definitely go through and check that everything is as it should be, but in general, this is a much quicker way than going through and typing it all in yourself. Obviously, we still need to go in and update our durations, start and finish information. And check out those milestone tasks that were highlighted in yellow in the Word document. You can see that it brings across that formatting. It doesn't make these milestone tasks automatically in project, but it is a good way to remind us that these ones need to be changed to milestone tasks. And a quick way of changing these to milestone tasks is to simply set the duration to 0. So I'm going to do that for all 3 of these, and they are now effectively milestones in this project. Once I've set these as milestones, I can select all 3 of these, and in the font group, I'm going to say no color just to remove that yellow background fill. So I'm going to go through and I'm going to add some durations and some start and finish dates for these tasks that we've just added. I'll see you in the next lesson. So let's take a look at some of the things we can do to reorganize the structure of our projects. Now, as we've already seen, we can use our indent and outdent buttons on the task ribbon in order to indent or outdent various different tasks in our schedule. For example, if I scroll down my list of tasks, maybe I decide that task number 37, Get Budget Approval, is indented too much. We can simply select it, go up to the schedule group, and I'm going to choose to outdent this task, which now puts it on the same level as book venue and create venue shortlist. So very easy to rearrange the structure in that way, effectively creating summary tasks and subtasks. Now, what about when it comes to moving tasks around? Now, you can move tasks around by dragging and dropping them, but in my experience, particularly if you have a long list of tasks, it can be a little bit fiddly trying to move tasks around in that way because the page tends to scroll really, really quickly. So a much easier way to move your tasks around is simply to use cut and paste. For example, maybe I decide that this section just here, the travel and accommodation section, and when I say section, I mean the summary task and all of its subtasks, maybe I want to move that so that it all happens before we sort out the venues. So what I can do here is select the summary task and all of its subtask, which is all of these. I can then press Control X, or alternatively, if we go up to the task ribbon in the clipboard group, we have a cut option just here. So let's click on cut and notice that that planning wizard pops up again. So it's telling me that I've got multiple summary tasks selected, and it says deleting them will delete all their subtasks as well. Now, this is because Project has recognized that I've cut them, so I'm essentially removing them from their current place in the schedule, so it sort of thinks that I'm deleting them. Now, I'm not deleting these tasks, I'm simply moving them. So I'm going to choose Cancel just here and click on OK, and then I'm simply going to move to where I want to paste them, which is up here. And once again, I can press the Control V key to paste, or alternatively, I can jump up to the clipboard group and click the top half of the Paste button. And like magic, that moves them all into place. So that is by far the easiest way to move individual or groups of tasks. Now, one thing you might notice is that when you start to make changes in your schedule, some of these fields or some of the cells are going to be shaded in blue. Now, what these indicate are basically just changes that we've made. So if you take a look at this, you can see that all of the fields for the travel and accommodation section are currently shaded out in this light blue color. And that's because we've just made a change to these. We've just moved them. So if you were curious as to what that blue shading means, it's really there just to be helpful to show you the last tasks that you've made changes to. It's time now to talk about deleting tasks. Because whilst this is a fairly straightforward process, there are a couple of little quirks that you need to be aware of. So let's start out nice and easy, deleting a single task. For example, if I go all the way down to the bottom of my schedule where I have printout expense forms, if I want to delete this task, all I need to do is select the task, and I can simply press the delete key on my keyboard, or alternatively, I can right-click on the task and I have a delete task option in the contextual menu. So if we delete this, nice and straightforward, it's gone from the schedule. Now, I actually don't want to delete that, so let's do a Control Z to undo and restore that task. Now, this works slightly different if you're deleting a summary task and its subtasks. So let's select the summary task and all of its subtasks. And if I press the delete key on my keyboard, that planning wizard is going to pop up again. So it's telling me that expenses is a summary task and deleting it will delete all of its subtasks as well. Now that makes sense in this instance because we have the summary task and all of the subtasks selected. So you would imagine that if we are pressing delete, we want to delete everything that we've selected. So here I get a choice. I can continue and delete expenses and its subtasks, or I can cancel and not delete anything. So I'm going to say continue, click on OK, and it's going to delete that entire group. Now I'm going to Control Z to undo again, because if we were just to select the summary task at the top and press delete, again it's going to ask me the same question. So I have a choice of deleting the summary task and all of its subtasks, or I can cancel and not delete anything. So the point I'm trying to make here is don't think that just because you haven't selected the subtasks, if you try and delete the summary task, that is the only option you're going to get. Now let's take a look at a slightly different scenario. Maybe we want to delete a summary task, but not any of the subtasks. So we need to go about this in a slightly different way. Now notice that I've added just some example tasks into the schedule. So task number 60 is the summary task, and then tasks 61 to 63 are the subtasks. So if I want to delete the summary tasks but keep the subtasks, I first need to select the subtasks and put them on the same level as the summary task. So for this, we're going to go up to the schedule group on the task ribbon and use our Outdent button. That effectively makes the summary task and its subtask the same outline level. I can then simply go in and delete the summary task as normal by pressing the delete key. I can then reselect these three tasks and change their indentation level if I need to. So I'm going to outdent all of these. And the final point worth mentioning here about deleting is that if you want to delete an entire task, you need to make sure that you have the entire task selected by clicking on that task ID. If you're clicked in, let's say, the task name, and you press delete, it's simply going to delete just the information from that particular field. But notice as soon as I do that, I now get this little cross icon pop up where I get an opportunity to delete the entire task. So if I click that cross, it's going to say delete the task name or delete the task. So I'm going to say delete the task to get rid of the whole thing. So just be aware of that when you're making your deletions. Now, I actually don't want these two tasks in here, so I'm going to select them, press the delete key, and we're now back to how we were originally. One thing that can be really useful in Project is to create WBS codes. And WBS stands for Work Breakdown Structure. And what a WBS code is a unique code that helps us identify each task in our project. Now, why on earth would you need a WBS code to identify your tasks? Well, it might be that in some projects you have tasks with the same name. For example, if we look at this project on the screen, you can see task number 46 is Get Budget Approval. And this is related to approving the budget for the venues. And then a bit further down, we also have another task, task number 55, which is also Get Budget Approval, but this time it's related to travel and accommodation for the trainers. So effectively, these tasks have the same name, so adding a unique identifier is going to be helpful to us further down the track. So let's take a look at how we can create WBS codes and apply them to our schedule. Now, the first thing we want to do here is we want to add a column into our project plan to show our WBS codes. So don't make the mistake of thinking that the task ID is the unique identifier. This is effectively just the row number or the task number. So let's insert a WBS column. So I'm going to right click on task mode and we're going to go to insert column. And this is where we can choose the type of column that we're inserting. So I'm going to scroll all the way down because these are in alphabetical order and we should have one for WBS, and there it is. Now notice as soon as I add this column, it's giving me its default WBS numbering. Now we can create our own custom numbering to make this a little bit more relevant to the project that we're working on. So let's take a look at how we would do that. So to create our own WBS codes, we need to jump up to the project ribbon. And in the properties group, we have a WBS option. If we click the drop down, we can go to define code, and this is where we can create our own work breakdown structure codes. Now, the first thing we can do here is we can add in a project code prefix. So in order to uniquely identify this project, I could give it a prefix of, let's say, TRP for training rollout project. And I'm going to put a dash there because I want a dash to separate that project code prefix and any numbering that I go with after this. So now in this code mask area, we can define the numbering sequence that we want to use for our unique codes. And this first one is the top level. So if we click the drop down just here, we can choose what we want it to display. So I'm going to say numbers. And you'll see as I select these, we get a code preview at the top. So if I was to click on OK just here, my tasks are going to be numbered TRP1, TRP2, TRP3, so on and so forth. In the length column, I can place a limit on the number of characters. So if I was to select 2 just here, it means the numbers are going to run from 0 to 99. And I'm going to leave my separator as a period. Now I'm going to add another level. And this time I'm going to choose lowercase letters. And once again, I'm going to select 2 characters. And again, you can see in the code preview exactly what this is going to look like. So this part of the code is going to run through from A to ZZ. Let's add another level. So I'm going to say uppercase. This time I'm going to make the length 3. Our fourth level is going to be numbers, and I'm going to set this to 2. And let's add a fifth level as well. That's also going to be numbers, and I'm going to leave that on any length. So now we've defined what our code is going to look like. We want to make sure that we keep these 2 checkboxes underneath selected, because it means it's going to generate a new unique WBS code for any new tasks that I add into the project. And it's also going to keep checking that the WBS codes that are being added are unique. So let's keep those checked, click on OK, and now you can see if we widen out this WBS column, exactly what our numbering structure looks like. So let's take a look at our summary tasks that we have here. Those have TRP01, TRP02, TRP03, so on and so forth. The next level down is 01AA, 01AB, 01AC, so on and so forth. And that pattern continues throughout our project plan. Notice as we get a bit further down in this project plan where we have more outline levels, we can see our WBS code is using more of the code that we specified. So for example, task number 31 is TRP05AA, and then we have AAA. The next one goes to AAB, AAC, so on and so forth. So WBS codes are a great way to create a custom code that helps you uniquely identify tasks in your project plan. In this exercise, we're going to practice some of the skills that we've learned in this section of the course. So the first thing I'd like you to do is to open the file new_business_plan.xlsx from the exercise files folder. And this is an Excel file. And we're going to use this file as the basis for the project that we're going to create throughout the balance of these exercises. Once you have that open, I'd then like you to go back to Project and create a new blank project and save it as your initials businessplan.mpp. And I'd like you to set the start date of the project to the 7th of November 2024, or if you're using your own project, whatever the start date of your project is. Once you've done that, I'd like you to add the first 4 tasks in the spreadsheet, the ones that aren't in bold because those are summary tasks, into the project as automatically scheduled tasks. Now, you don't necessarily have to add them all. There is a lot of them in the spreadsheet, but add a good 10, 15 to 20. I'd then like you to mark some of the tasks as milestone tasks in the schedule. Now, again, I have a few tasks in the spreadsheet marked as milestones, but if you haven't added that many tasks, you can set any of the tasks to milestones. And then once you've done that, I'd like you to go through and create summary and subtasks, again, using the spreadsheet as a guide. And if you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So I've opened up the new business plan Excel file and I've got it positioned on the right hand side of my screen. And in the left hand side, I just have project open. So the first thing we need to do here is open up a new blank project and we need to save this. So let's go up to File, down to Save As. I'm going to browse and select a location. And we're going to call this our initials New Business Plan and click on Save. The next thing I asked you to do was to change the project start date. So if we look at the details in the spreadsheet, the first task basically starts on November the 7th, 2024. So I'm going to use that as my project start date. So I'm going to jump into Project Information and I'm going to set the start date from here. Now, because this is quite far in the future and I don't want to have to scroll through a calendar, I'm just simply going to type this in. So November the 7th, 2024, and click on OK. And you can see it jumps to that part of the schedule. So now that we have everything set up, we can start to add in the tasks. And I'm just going to add the first one. I asked you to add the first 4 for a little bit of practice. So the first one we want to add, which isn't a summary task, is self-assessment. So let's move across to task name. Now notice here, it's put it in as a manually scheduled task. So I'm going to go down to the bottom and make sure that I have auto-scheduled selected. And then we're going to change this to auto-scheduled. Now the start date of this task is in fact November the 7th, which is when the project starts. The duration, according to the spreadsheet, is 3 days. And there we go. We have our first task scheduled and we can see the blue bar update. Let's add the next one. Define business vision. This is a 1-day task. And again, this starts on November the 7th. So we simply carry on going through, adding in these different tasks. And this is really all the information that I want you to add at this stage. So I've added in a few more of those tasks, and the next thing I asked you to do was to mark some milestones in the schedule. So if we take a look at the spreadsheet in column A, we have milestone. So I can see the first milestone is this one down here, confirm decision to proceed, which in the spreadsheet is in row 27. So if we scroll down to task 27, this is going to be a little bit out because we don't have the summary tasks in here, but it should give us the rough area where this is. So there it is just there, confirm decision to proceed. I'm going to mark this as a milestone. Let's double click to open it up and I'm going to select mark task as milestone and click on OK. And I would go through this spreadsheet marking the other tasks that we can see in here are milestones in the schedule. The final thing I asked you to do in this exercise was to create this summary and the sub tasks. So again, I'm just going to do the first one because once you've done one, you can pretty much do them all. So the first one at the top here in row 2 of the spreadsheet, new business, this is our top level task. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to right click and I'm going to insert a task at the top there. Let's double click to open it up and we're going to call this new business and click on OK. And this is basically going to be our top level summary task. So we need to select everything else in the spreadsheet. So from task 2, Control Shift down arrow all the way down to task 101. And I'm going to have to maximize my window so I can see this properly. If we go to task in the schedule group, I'm going to indent these tasks, which effectively makes that top task the top level summary task. I'm then going to right click and insert another task. And this one is going to be Phase 1, Strategic Plan, and click on OK. Now this is going to be a summary task as well, because if we refer back to our spreadsheet, you can see Define the Opportunity is also a summary task. So I just want to include these tasks within the Phase 1 Strategic Plan summary task. So let's select those tasks, and once again we're going to click Indent Task. And now you can see our structure beginning to take shape. So what I would like you to do is just go through the rest of your tasks, adding in this structure, and use the spreadsheet as your guide. In order for a project to work and flow correctly, project tasks need to be performed in the right sequence. And when it comes to a project plan, task dependencies or links basically define the sequence of the tasks. And it's worth noting that most links have a link type of finish to start. So what exactly does that mean, this finish to start? Well, let's take a look at our current schedule. So if we scroll to, let's say, these tasks just here, and I'm going to zoom out a little bit because that is a little bit too wide. Now, if we take a look at these tasks, so task 11 down to about task 15, notice that we have little arrows linking these tasks together. So effectively, what these links denote is that task number 12 isn't going to start until task number 11 has finished. So that is what we call a finish to start link. And you'll find that the majority of links that you come across in project are going to be finish to start. One task finishes before the next task can begin. So effectively what we have here is task number 11 is a predecessor of task number 12. So how do we create links between two tasks? Well, let's scroll down a bit further in the schedule. And I'm going to say here that task number 32, assign teams to regions, can't be completed until we've assigned trainers to teams, because each trainer has a specific preference as to which region they'd like to travel to. So we need to establish that first before we assign the teams to the regions. Now I have task number 32 highlighted, and if you take a look at the timeline view, or where we normally have our bars, I've got nothing on the screen. I'm not in the correct position in the schedule. Now a quick way to jump to the part of the bars that relates to the task that you're currently clicked on is to simply go up to the Task tab, and all the way over in the Editing group, we have a Scroll to Task button. Now, if I click this, it's going to move me to the place in the schedule relevant to where I'm clicked in the task entry table. Now, you'll find yourself using this Scroll to Task button all the time. So while I'm here, I'm going to right-click and I'm going to add it to my Quick Access Toolbar to make it super easy for me to access. So I can see here that task number 32 is a manually scheduled task, and I need to link it to task number 31. So for this, we need to select the task we want to link to first, and then the other task. So I'm going to hold down Control and select both of these. Then up on the task ribbon in the schedule group, I'm going to click this little link chain icon. And notice here that there is a keyboard shortcut to quickly link tasks of Control F2. Now, when I click this, notice what happens to the bars. It inserts a link. So now we have this little arrow that links these two tasks. But if we also check out what we have in the predecessors column in the entry table, you can see that it's automatically added that task number 31 is a predecessor of task number 32. Now, when we're working through our schedule and we're creating lots of different links and dependencies, it can sometimes be quite useful to see a little bit more information about those links. So what we can do is go up to the View ribbon, and in Split View, I'm going to select Details. And this opens up another window at the bottom called the Task Form. And what this is going to show me is additional information about whatever task I'm currently clicked on in the task entry view. So if we take this linked task, for example, if I click on task number 32, I can see some further information. I can see the name of the task, the duration, the fact that it's manually scheduled, the percentage complete. And if I take a look over on the right-hand side, I can see the task that it's linked to. So it's linked to task ID 31, assign trainers to teams, and it's telling me that the task type is FS, which basically means finish to start. Now, it's also worth noting when you're working with links that you don't necessarily just have to link each task to the previous task individually. You can do them all in one go. For example, I could select these 3 tasks just here, go up to the task ribbon and click on Create Link, and it's automatically going to create finish to start links for all of these tasks. So that can be really helpful if you have tasks in your project that can only start when the previous task finishes. Now, aside from clicking on the little chain link icon in the schedule group to link tasks together, you can also link in a couple of other ways. For example, if I wanted to link tasks 2 and 3 together, I can simply come over to the predecessors column and I can either type the task number, in this case number 2, or alternatively, if I delete that out, I can click the drop-down arrow. It's going to pull up a big long list of all of the tasks and I can select the task that I want to link to from here. So again, that would be number 2. So 3 different methods that you can use in order to link your tasks. Now I'm going to remove that because I don't want to link those 2. Notice as I did that, as I added that link, check out the cells that are showing as being changed. The dates for all of the tasks below changed because of that link I just created. And that is why these are showing as changed cells. Now we do have other task types that we can add in. As I said, by far, finish to start is the most common. But we also have finish to finish links that we can add, where the finish of one controls the finish of another. And then we have the 2 rarest task types, start to start and start to finish. And those really aren't used very often. And I will say that something like start to start can be quite problematic. If the predecessor task starts and then is delayed, it could finish after the successor. And start to finish means that the start of one task triggers the finish of the other. As I said, both of those are extremely rare. Now, if you want to change the type of link that a task has, again, we need to make sure that we have our details pane open. And if we select, let's say this task, on the right-hand side in the task form where we can see the predecessor, we can also see the type. So this is a finish to start, but we can come in here and change this to a finish to finish. We can change it to a start to finish, or we can change it to a start to start. And this subject is definitely something I recommend reading the help files on, so you get a really good idea as to the types of scenarios, the types of tasks where you might have to use a different link type. And if we take a quick look in the help files, you can see here underneath types of tasks, we have those different link types and a full description. And in this description, it gives you different scenarios where these might come up. So I definitely recommend having a read through so that you know if and when you need to apply those to your project plan. I'm going to switch off the details pane and we are about ready to move on to the next lesson. Sometimes when we're working with our project, there is a delay or an overlap between tasks. And this is where we can add in lag or lead time. So let's take a look at a quick example. Now, currently in this schedule, if we take a look at task number 5, and I'm going to make sure that I'm on the correct part of the timeline and we can see that. Task number 5 is basically to update the course outline. Now, in order to update the course outline, I need to receive feedback from the training team. And the task before that is to send the outline to the training team for review. Now, currently I've assigned a 1-day duration to that. Now, it might be that the training team are assigned to another project for the next 4 days and can't actually look at this outline. So what I could do is I could add in some lag time and reflect that in the timeline. So if you take a look at the bars currently, we can see that update course outline is linked to the task before, and currently update course outline is set to start as soon as the previous task finishes. So as soon as the training team have reviewed the outline, I can then update the course outline based off of their feedback. But now they're not available for the next 4 days. So nothing's going to happen for 4 days, and I need to reflect that in my project plan. So what I can do here is, once again, let's jump up to View and open up the Details pane, because in here, this is where we can apply lag time. If you take a look at the right-hand side, we can see the predecessor of this particular task is task number 4. The type is Finish to Start, and currently the lag time is 0 days. But check out what happens if I change this to 4. So I'm going to use the little arrows just to move up to 4. And when I click away, the schedule is going to update. Now you might need to scroll in a little bit just to see that, but check out what we have now. If we click on task number 4, we can see the duration where it's supposed to start, but then we have 4 days of lag time before the next task starts. And if you check out what we now have in the predecessors column, we can see that for task number 5, update course outline, I can see that this is linked to task number 4 with a finish to start link type, and it has plus 4 days lag. That's what this little code means just here. So this is particularly useful because it enables you to see at a glance so much information. So wherever you have a delay in your schedule, you can reflect that accurately by simply adding in lag time to your tasks. Now, what about if we want to do the complete opposite of that? Maybe we want to add overlap time to our schedule. Now, what do I mean by overlap time? Well, it might be that we have 2 tasks that can overlap each other. For example, if we take a look at the recording phase in my project plan, maybe I don't need to finish writing all of my training notes before I start recording the training videos. So what I could do here is I could add in overlap time. Now the way that we do this is pretty much exactly the same as when we add in lag time, but we just use minus values instead. So I'm going to select record training videos, task number 11. We can see that in our timeline if I scroll over a little bit. And if we take a look in the task form, we can see that this is linked to task number 10, write training notes. It has a finish to start link type, and currently there is no lag or overlap. Now we're going to change that. We're going to click in this cell, and instead of using the up arrow to make it a positive value, we're going to say that there is a 5-day overlap just here. So it goes to -5 when I click. Check out how that updates in the schedule. If we take a look at our bars, we can see that task number 11, record training videos, can start whilst write training notes is still going on. And we have the arrow here linking these tasks, but we clearly have an overlap. Once again, if we take a look in the predecessors column, we can see exactly what's happening here. We can see that task number 11 is linked to task number 10 with a finish to start link type, and we have an overlap of -5 days. So that is the difference between lag and lead time. Use them accordingly wherever you feel they're necessary in your schedule. Sometimes tasks in our project need to occur on specific dates or have restrictions. And constraints are one way to specify when a task starts and finishes. And it's worth noting that every task has a date constraint. So what do I mean by that? Well, let's switch into a different view so you understand what I'm talking about. Now, currently I have task form open at the bottom, but we're going to jump up to the View tab, and over in Split View, we're going to click the drop down and go straight into More Views. Because what I want to bring up here is the Task Details form. Let's click on Apply, and I can now see that showing in the pane at the bottom. Now this is going to show me what constraints are applied to any particular task I have selected in the task entry table. So let's just pick a random task here, task number 6. We can see a lot of information about this task, but we can see that there is a constraint on this task. Now, I haven't set any constraints manually myself on any tasks that we've added into this schedule. I've just typed them in. We've done a couple of other things, but we haven't specified specifically constraints for any of the tasks. But there is a default constraint that's applied to all tasks. And you can see here that that constraint is that the task starts as soon as possible. And that's kind of really what you want when project is trying to work out your durations and your timings. It works off of the principle that you really want this project to be finished as soon as it's possible. And that is why we have that constraint type applied to every single task. Now, of course, if we click the drop down here, we have other constraint types that we can use. So things like as late as possible, finish no earlier than, finish no later than, must finish on, must start on, so on and so forth. And there might be scenarios where you need to add one of these constraints depending on what's going on in your project. So let's take a look at a quick example. Now, if we take a look at this task number 58, I can see that this is due to start on September the 12th, 2023. And maybe I know that at the end of September every single year, there is a sale on flights. So I don't want anybody to start booking flights for the trainers until those flights go on sale, because we're going to save the company quite a bit of money. So what I can do here is I can change the constraint from start as soon as possible to start no earlier than, and then I can select a date. So I'm going to go across to September 2023, and I don't want anyone to start booking flights until the last week of September. So let's change that to the 25th. And you can see automatically these schedule updates, and everything below that relies on this particular task has also updated, hence why we have those blue cells. Now I'm going to scroll to task by using the icon on the Quick Access Toolbar so I can see what we have going on here. Now notice something else about this task. Now that we've added that constraint, you can see that in the information column on the left-hand side, we now have this little calendar icon. And if I hover my mouse over it, I get a little screen tip pop-up that says this task has a start no earlier than constraint on September the 25th, 2023. So whenever you see that calendar in that column, it means that there's a constraint applied to that particular task. Now I'm going to leave it to you to explore some of these other constraint types. I think most of them are pretty self-explanatory. Now a lot of these are what we would consider to be flexible constraint types, but some of them are a little bit more fixed. So for example, must start on. For example, if I select task number 47, book venue, maybe that's a very fixed item, and it must start on a specific date in order for anything that comes after it to flow correctly through the project. So maybe we have to book a venue on August the 25th. So I could select a constraint in here to make that more fixed in the schedule. So I'm going to select it. It is a milestone task. We can still apply constraints to milestones, but I'm going to change the constraint to must start on, and then I can choose the date. So it's going to be August the 25th. So let's jump across to August and select the 25th. Click on OK, and once again we get that little calendar icon which says that this task has a must start on constraint, and then we have the date. So some of these are a little bit more flexible, some of them are very fixed, but something that's worth bearing in mind is that you want to really limit the number of date constraints that you have in your project. And the reason why you want to limit it is because it reduces project's ability to schedule things in the best way. If we're constantly adding constraints into the project, must start on this date, can't start before that date, project is going to find it harder to create a project plan that flows nicely through. Now, obviously, in some circumstances, you're going to need to add constraints, but all I'm saying is be mindful of how many you have in your project and try and limit them the best that you can. Another thing that's worth noting about task constraints is that you don't necessarily have to apply these from the task details form. So if you don't have this details pane open, and your project looks something like this, what you can do is select your task, and then on the task ribbon, all the way over in the properties group, we have an information button. And that's going to pull up loads of information about the task that you've selected. So in this case, I've selected a summary task. Now, if we jump across to the Advanced tab, we can also set our constraint type in here. So this one currently is as soon as possible, but if we click the drop down, we have some other options, and we can choose a constraint date. Now notice here that when I click the drop down, I only have 3 options to choose from. Now that's because I'm clicked on a summary task. If I just click on a regular work task, go up to information and to the Advanced tab, when I click the drop down, I now have all of those constraint types. So if you see a shorter list in here, it's going to be because you're clicked on a summary task as opposed to a work task. And this information box is a really good place to come, because this is where you're going to find lots and lots of information about the tasks that you currently have selected in the schedule. And of course, you can modify task information from here as well as from the task form details pane. When we start linking tasks together in Project, it can start to become a little bit cluttered. So we need to know the best ways that we can view our tasks and view predecessors and links. Now, one way we've already seen, we have the predecessors column in our task entry table, which gives us a nice overview. We can see immediately which tasks are linked to other tasks, and also the type of task link that we have in place, and if there's any lead or lag time. So if you don't have this predecessors column showing, I highly recommend that you right-click, go to Insert Column, and choose Predecessors from here. And remember, this long list is in alphabetical order, so it's very simple to find the one that you need. Now, I already have my Predecessors column, so I'm just going to escape out of that. Now, another way that we can view our tasks and any links is by looking at the bars on the right-hand side. Now, currently, I'm not seeing a great deal on this page because I have my bars set to display every single day. So my tasks are very stretched out across the entire timeline of the project, which in some cases is a good thing if you want to see in more detail, but I actually want to condense this up a little bit so I can actually see more of the task in this area. So what we can do here is we can jump across to the View ribbon, and then notice in the Zoom group we have a timescale option. And currently mine is set to days, which is why I have such a broad timescale up here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to click the drop down and I'm going to change this to display in weeks. And now I can see a lot more information because it's a little bit more condensed. Another thing that we can do is we can select a task in our task entry table. So I'm just going to go for task number 3, and we can see it's driving predecessors. Now, if we jump up to the Gantt chart format tab in bar styles and click task path, let's take a look at the screen tip just here. It says that this is going to highlight the predecessors that directly affect the selected task. So let's click on this. Now notice when I click away, these bars change to this orange color. And depending on which task I select in the task entry table, the predecessors that are driving this particular task are going to highlight in orange. If I was to click somewhere down here, you can see more and more things get highlighted in orange. So this is a quick way of seeing all of the tasks prior to the one that you have selected that are really driving the completion of the task you currently have highlighted. And that can sometimes be really useful. Now, if you want to turn that off, just go back up to Task Path and deselect Driving Predecessors. And one final thing that you can do from this Gantt chart format tab is you can control the layout of these tasks and how they're linked together. So if we go to the format group right at the beginning here, we have a layout option and it says format various aspects of the current view. So if we click on this and take a look at the links section, we have 3 choices here. So I can choose to display my links like that. So I have no arrows in between each of the bars. So it gives it a less cluttered look and feel, but for me personally, I don't find this particularly helpful. I like to have a visual representation of which tasks are linked together, as opposed to just having the numbers in the predecessors column in the task entry table. But that option is there if you like that look. If I select the second one, it links them through like that. And the third one, we get something slightly different. So really, it's just the format, the layout of these links. So choose whichever one you prefer. And another thing that you could turn on to make the readability of your bars a little bit easier is you could turn on grid lines. So again, in this format tab, if we click the drop down next to grid lines and select grid lines again, I'm going to choose to add lines to my Gantt rows. I can then choose the type of line, so let's go for a dotted line, and I can also choose the color. So let's go for a green color, and I can then choose the interval. Now I'm going to set that to none and click on OK, and you can see what that looks like. So sometimes that can really aid your readability because it makes it a little bit easier to see which bar relates to which entry in the task entry table. So if you like that, then turn that on. I'm going to turn this off and try and keep this as clean as possible by setting this back to none. In this exercise, exercise 5, I'd like you to create task dependencies as per the information in the spreadsheet. So you'll see that there is a predecessors column that tells you which tasks need to be linked together. And then I'd like you to just have a play around adding lag and lead time into certain tasks. And I don't really mind which tasks you use for this. Once you've done that, I'd just like you to practice filtering your task list. So a good one to show would be all of the tasks in your project that are milestone tasks. So a reasonably straightforward exercise. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So let's take a look at the spreadsheet, and you can see that we have a predecessors column just here. So once again, I'm just going to do the first couple so you can see how this works. But I can see that identify available skills, information and support is dependent on the task before. So if we go to this task in the schedule, which is task ID 5, and expand the column, we can choose our predecessor. So this is going to be task number 4, which we can simply select just here and click away. And the next task, so this one is going to be linked to task number 5. And that is how simple it is to add predecessors into our schedule. Notice the arrows connecting the bars in the Gantt chart. Remember, you can add more than one predecessor to a task, so go through that spreadsheet, adding in your predecessors and creating those links. The next thing I asked you to do was to add in some lag or lead time. So let's choose this task, task number 6. I'm going to double click to open it up. We're going to jump to the predecessors tab, and I can see here that we have a finish to start link type, currently with 0 days lag. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add in 5 days lag. Remember, if you want to add in lead time, this is going to be a minus figure in here. Let's click on OK, and now you can see how that's affected the schedule. Task number 6 has now been pushed by 5 days into the future because we've added in that lag time. If we select the previous task, and for this one, let's add in 3 days of lead time. And the final thing I asked you to do here was just to practice playing around with some of the filters. So we can find those up on the View tab, in the Filters group, and one example I gave you was to filter and show all of the milestone tasks. So you can see here, I've got 4 of them in my schedule.
We've made the files the instructor uses in this tutorial available for free. Just click the link below in the video details to get these.
Hello everyone, and welcome to this course on Project Professional 2021 Advanced. My name is Deborah Ashby, and I'm a Microsoft instructor and subject matter expert, and I'm going to be your host for this course. Now, I've been using Project for over 20 years now, so I am very aware of what a fantastic tool it is for project managers or PMOs, but I'm also aware of some of the challenges of using what is effectively a powerful but complex application. Now, this is the advanced project course, so I will be assuming that you've worked through the beginner's course already, or you come to this course with a good knowledge of project. We won't be covering many of the basics of project, instead focusing on more advanced topics like reporting, macros, consolidation and sharing, custom fields, and so much more. Project 2021 is the latest standalone release of Project from Microsoft. So if you have that version, then this course is going to be absolutely perfect. However, if you are using Project 2019 or 2016, then you'll still be able to work through the majority of this course because there aren't too many changes between the different versions. Now, this course is divided down into logical sections and lessons. There are 39 video-led lessons and 10 exercises to work through. And the exercises are there so that you can practice the skills that you've learnt in each section. You also have access to all of the course files that I use in the videos, so you can follow along with me if you choose to. Once again, welcome to this course. It's time to get started. Before we dive into the lessons, I just wanted to spend a few minutes ensuring that you are set up for success. So the first thing to do here is to make sure that you've downloaded the course and exercise files and you've stored them off somewhere that's easily accessible on your PC. Now, each lesson will have two main course files. So the one that has start in the title is the starting point for each lesson if you're following along with me. The complete file is how the file looks at the end of the lesson. So this just provides a good reference point for you. Some lessons also require the use of multiple files, but you should find everything that you need in that course files folder. Now, the exercise files are simply named exercise 1, 2, 3, 4, etc. And for the majority of them, there is also an answer file for each one too. So you should have everything that you need to work through this course in those folders. Now, when it comes to working inside Project 2021, if you do want to follow along with me, it's probably going to be helpful for you to have some settings set the same as mine. So let's take a quick look at those. So open up Project, we want to go into File and down into Project Options. Now on the General tab, a couple of things I would make sure that you have set here so that it mirrors mine is the default view. Make sure that that is Gantt with timeline. Also notice the date format that I'm using. I'm using the month, then the day, then the year, then the time. There are lots of different formats that you can choose from in here, but again, if you want to match mine as closely as possible, make sure you have your date format set to that. Now, if we jump across to the schedule page, I would also recommend you review these calendar options as well. So these are the settings that I currently have. My week starts on a Sunday, the fiscal year starts in January, and my default start and end times for a day are 8 a.m. to 5 p.m, which works out at 8 hours a day, 40 hours per week, 20 days per month. So once again, I would recommend that you change your settings to mirror mine. Now, one final thing to note here that's really important. This course was recorded in March and April of 2023, so all of the dates that you see in the videos and in the course files are very much in relation to the dates when this project was recorded. Now, I'm very well aware that you might come to this course in 6 months' time, a year's time, where these dates might not make too much sense. So you have a couple of different options here. You could adjust the start and end date of your project so it's more accurate for you, but just be aware that if you do that, you're going to need to change those dates in every single course file that you work through. Alternatively, you can just use my dates, but just be aware that the results that you get in some lessons might not exactly match mine because we're working up to different current dates. So those are the main things to be aware of. Make sure you've got those course and exercise files downloaded because it's now time to dive into our first lesson. It's time now to complete exercise 1. Now, this exercise differs from the rest of the exercises in this course in that we haven't really covered a great deal in project to facilitate a meaningful exercise. However, I just wanted to reiterate a couple of points here to make sure that you're set up correctly to complete this course. Now, the first thing you'll notice in the exercise files folder is that there is no folder for exercise 1. And that's because we aren't using any project files in this particular exercise. So if you're curious as to where that folder is, it's not supposed to be there. All I really need you to do for this exercise is once again make sure that you've downloaded and saved those course and exercise files. I want you to review the dates and decide if you want to use my dates or use your own dates. And make sure that you have reviewed your settings in project options. So that is it. I promise you that the exercises will be a lot more meaningful than this as you work through the course. So let's dive into the first lesson.
For the next section, you'll want to download the course exercise files. Click the link below in the video description to get these. You can also scroll through the details to find timestamps for each section in this course. If you're enjoying this training, please leave us a comment.
In this first lesson of this Project Professional 2021 Advanced course, we're going to take a look at consolidation and resource sharing. And we're going to look at these topics together as you often need to use them on a large project at the same time. Now, generally what happens when you're working on a project is that that project gets larger and larger over time. And sometimes it can turn into a set of projects as opposed to just one project. Or perhaps we're working on a project that needs to be split into a set of projects. And not only do we need to split up the work, the tasks, but different people are going to manage different parts. And what usually happens is that even if projects are being managed by different people, they often share the same resources. So in this lesson, we're going to look at combining multiple projects into one, or splitting a large project into separate projects and sharing resources between projects. Now, to demo this, we're going to use an example of an event. And this event really has three key parts. We have a gala dinner, and this is where invitees will pay an admission fee. They'll get a nice dinner, maybe there'll be some entertainment, some dancing afterwards. The next part of the event is a fashion show. So maybe we've invited local fashion houses to display their clothes at this fashion show. And they also get a buffet lunch whilst they're there. And the last part is the sports day. So this is more of a family-friendly event where people compete in different sports just for fun, and there's also a barbecue. So we have three very distinct parts of this one event. Now, we're going to assume that we've done some early planning. And you can see here at the top, I have a planning section. If we expand this, we can see the tasks beneath that. So we have 20 or so tasks, which we've already scheduled in relation to the planning of this big event. Now, this event is quite a large undertaking. So what we want to do is we want to split this event into separate parts with different people managing those different parts. So we might have someone managing the overall project plan. We might have somebody else managing the gala dinner, someone else managing the fashion show, and somebody else managing the sports day. Now, the individual projects are not that complicated, and we need a project manager to be able to manage their part independently and separately. So why do we need to be able to do this? Well, as you'll know from your current knowledge of project, when you're dealing with editing a single MPP file, if our project managers each want to work on it at the same time, that can become complicated, particularly if they want to work on it from home or they don't have any shared access. Now, splitting up the actual project file into effectively 4 separate files is pretty straightforward. The problem starts to occur when it comes to resources. Now, if we jump across to the resource sheet for this project, you can see that we have 8 or so resources assigned. Now, also notice that I don't have any costs assigned to these resources at the moment. We are going to talk about that a bit more later. But for the time being, just note that we have 8 or so resources. Now, resources such as volunteers, the event director, publicity officers, they might need to be able to work across all 4 of the projects. So we need to set them up as effectively shared resources. What you'll also notice if we switch back to the Gantt chart view is that many of these tasks across all of the different parts of this project have dependencies and links to other tasks in other parts of the project. So when we split this project and we set this up to share resources, we also want to make sure that we're maintaining the integrity of those links and everything links through correctly. Now, a good proportion of the work here relates to the relationships between the tasks. So let's start out first of all by just separating off the sports day section of this project. So if we scroll down, you can see here is the sports day section, so from task 46 to 56, and we're just going to select all of these tasks. Now what I'm going to do is press Ctrl+C to copy those tasks to the clipboard, and then we're going to open up a brand new blank project file. Now you can go up to the File tab to do this. I'm going to use the keyboard shortcut Ctrl+N just to quickly open that up. And then I'm going to press Ctrl+V just to paste those tasks in. So now we have just the sports day tasks in this new project. Now, once you've copied these tasks across, it's worth noting that those dependencies still exist within this summary task. But remember, in the original version of the project plan, this sports day section also had dependencies in other parts of the project, and those haven't come across when we've copied these tasks. Also, if we jump across to the resource sheet for this file, notice that we now only have 2 resources because it's only bringing across the resources that are included in this part of the project plan. And you can see that the volunteer is now showing as over-allocated because we've split this section out. Now, the way that project looks at these resources is that these are completely independent of the original resources in the other project plan. So these aren't the same resources, they're 2 brand new resources as far as project is concerned. So in the next lesson, what we're going to look at is how we can share these resources across our project plans. Now, before we leave this lesson, the final thing I'm going to do here is I'm just going to save off this file. So let's jump up to File, down into Save As, and I'm going to save this into the Course Files folder, and we're going to save this as charity event _ sports day, and click on Save. In the previous lesson, we discussed the reasons that you might want to split up a project or join together a project. And we recognize that it's important to deal with resources. And the key issue here is that when we split a project, we need to make sure that those projects are using the same resources. And the way that we do that is to set up what we call a resource pool. Once we've set up a resource pool, we can then share that resource pool amongst several projects. So currently we have our 2 files. And you can see that I've got them both open on the screen just here. Now, just a quick side note about project and opening multiple files. What you'll find is that if you try and double click in File Explorer to open 2 separate project files, they open in the same project window because we only have one project license. It's not like an application like Excel where you can have multiple Excel windows open to view different files. Now, the way to get around that and to arrange files like I have them here, you can see I have both of my files open in the same project window, is simply to jump up to the View tab, go over to the Window group, and you can see we have an Arrange All button just here. And that's all I've done. I've clicked Arrange All and arranged my windows so they take up half of the screen equally. So that's just a side note if you're wondering how I got to this point. So now we have both of these files open. One thing to note is that the original charity event file, which we have on the right hand side here, still contains all of the sports day tasks. Remember, we copied and pasted those into the sports day file that you can see on the left hand side. Now, we will need to remove those from the original file eventually, but before we do that, we're going to set up a resource pool. Now, the key aspects here when it comes to setting up a resource pool is that we basically set up a brand new project with resources but no tasks. And really, if this is something that you want to do, you want to try and do this at the outset of the project. So what many people will do is they'll start off with an empty MPP file, they'll enter the resources, make up the resource pool, and save the project, but with no tasks. So I've closed down the smaller sports day file, so we're just back at our original charity event file. And if we switch across to the resource sheet, we can see that we have a pretty good base for our resource pool, because we have all of our resources listed in here. So what we're basically going to do is we're going to make a copy of this file by saving it as a different name, and then we're just simply going to remove all of the tasks. So let's jump up to File and down to Save As. I'm going to save mine into the Course Files folder, and I'm just going to call this charity event _ resources.mpp, and let's click on Save. So we're now working in that file. So let's jump back to the Gantt chart view, and what we're going to do is we're simply going to remove all of the tasks. So if we click on the square in the top left hand corner just here, it's going to select everything, and we can simply press the delete key on our keyboard. I'm getting a little warning from the planning wizard. Do I want to delete multiple selected summary tasks and their subtasks? Yes, I do. Let's click on OK, and all of those tasks are gone, but we still have our resources listed out on the resource sheet. So this is now effectively my resource pool. So let's give this a quick save, and I'm going to reopen the other file, the sports day file. So what we need to do here is we need to specify that this project uses the resource pool that we just created. So from here, we're going to switch across to the resource sheet. And remember, you can switch across using the icons in the bottom right-hand corner in the status bar, or you can jump up to View, and Resource Sheet is just here. So let's click on Resource Sheet. You can see the current resources that we have, that limited list. But if we jump across to Resource and into Assignments, we have a Resource Pool option. So let's click Share Resources, and this is where we get to select the resource pool. So from here, if we choose the second option, Use Resources, we can then choose where our resource pool is located. And the important thing to note here is that you need to have that file open in order for the drop-down to recognize it. So I still have my resource pool open. There it is, charity event _ resources. This is the file we're going to be using. And then we have options for on conflict with calendar or resource information. The pool takes precedence or the sharer takes precedence. Now we're going to look at this in a bit more detail a bit later on. But what can sometimes happen is that there may be a conflict between the resource pool and any calendars applying to the resources in the resource pool and calendars in the sharing project. So we need to specify which takes precedence, the pool or the sharer. Now, before we do this, I'm actually going to click on Cancel here because I want to demonstrate what happens to overallocated tasks when we assign a resource pool. So let's jump back to Gantt chart view for one moment. If you take a look in our tasks, you can see that task 10 is currently showing as over allocated. That's the little red icon we can see in that first column. So now if we go back to resource pool and share resources, we're going to make sure we're using resources from our charity event resources file. We're going to say the pool takes precedence. When I click OK, watch what happens to task 10. You can see that that over allocation is resolved. And that's because if we now go to our resource sheet, this project is using the resource pool and not just the two resources that were included when we copied the tasks across. So what we now have is a resource pool and a project that is using that resource pool. Now, the other thing that we need to do is we need to get the original file, the charity event project, to use the resource pool as well. So let's open it up. So we're going to do exactly the same thing. We're going to jump up to Resource Pool, Share Resources, Use Resources from the Charity Event Resources file. And once again, the pool takes precedence. Let's click on OK. Now, notice that as soon as I did this, we now have over allocations for the Sports Day PM and the volunteer. And that's really related to the fact that we have the Sports Day event in two different files. If you recall, when we copied the tasks across, we didn't delete them from the charity event file, which is why we've got these over allocations. And we are going to deal with those in a moment, so just put that to the back of your mind. Now, what we're going to be doing over the next couple of sections is that we are going to split this charity event project up, because at the moment we've only sectioned off the Sports Day part of this event. But before we get onto that, just one or two important points about resource sharing. As I mentioned, if we go back to our resource sheet, we now have these over allocations. And something that can be really helpful is being able to view which resources are assigned to which projects. That can be very helpful when it comes to dealing with over allocations. So for this, we're going to switch to Resource Usage View. Let's widen out this column and we're going to add a new column so that we can see the project that each resource is assigned to. So if we widen this out, we can see at the top we have some unassigned resources, but we can also see the projects in this column where those resources exist. And if we scroll down to the Sports Day section, I can see that the Sports Day PM, the Sports Day Project Manager, that resource is being used in both the Sports Day project file and also the original charity event file. So adding this project column into your resource usage sheet can be super helpful, particularly when you're trying to deal with over allocations and see which resources you have allocated to which projects. Now, one final point before we finish this lesson. It's not necessarily the case that all projects that share a resource pool are always consolidated into one project. You might find you have a situation where another project that is completely unrelated to this event is also using the same shared resource pool. So what I'm trying to say is when you're working with a resource pool, it might have a whole mixture of different projects that are using its resources. So just bear that in mind as we work through the balance of this section. So now it's time to move on to the next lesson when we're going to start to split off other parts of this charity event into its constituent projects. In this lesson, we're going to set up a master project for our charity event. And we're going to start with our original project and the Sports Day project. And if you recall, these two share a resource pool. Now, when it comes to splitting a large project up, the key area where there is usually the most effort required is in restoring the links that existed in the original project. And as I've mentioned a couple of times previously, it's a good idea to make this decision very early on. So make sure that you decide if this is going to be a project that you're going to want to split up into multiple different projects as early as you can, because the later you leave it, the more work you're giving yourself. Now, I currently have the charity event project open. I'm just going to close this down and reopen it because there's a little message that appears that I think it's important that you take a look at. So let's close this down. I'm going to say yes to save changes. Now I've closed down the charity event file and I'm just back at the start screen for project, because I want to just very quickly show you what happens when you reopen these files if you have everything closed. So if we go to open, I'm going to open up my charity event file and you can see that I get this little message, open resource pool information. Now it says this file shares resources from a resource pool. What do you want to do? And I can choose to open resource pool to see assignments across all sharer files, or do not open other files. So it's basically recognizing that this file links to a resource pool in another file, and it's asking me if I want to open it. So I'm going to say yes. Let's click on OK. And now if we jump up to the View tab and go over to the Windows group, if I click Switch Windows, notice that not only do I have the charity event file open, I now have the resource file open as well, but it's in read-only mode. So I have these two files open. What I don't have open is the Sports Day file. But notice in the project column in the resource usage sheet, where I have these long path names where it says C drive users deb A, so on and so forth, this is actually the path where the Sports Day file is located. So it's still recognizing that we have links to that Sports Day file, even though I don't currently have that file open. Now let's jump back to Gantt chart view, and we're going to expand the planning section. Now I'm going to collapse up some of the other sections. So I'm going to collapse up fashion show so that we just have Sports Day expanded and planning. Because what you'll notice here is that many of the tasks within the Sports Day section have links to tasks that are up here in the planning section. And this is where the problem can lie when you're trying to split up a project. Because effectively what we want to do is maintain the integrity of the links between different parts of the project. Now, if you recall, we separated off into a separate file the Sports Day tasks, and we saved those into a file called Charity Event Sports Day. So what I effectively want to do here is I want to replace these tasks in this project with the tasks from the Sports Day file. And we do this by inserting a sub-project. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to go into a blank line, and we can choose this one just above, and we're going to go to the Project tab. And notice in the Insert group, we have Subproject. Now, if we select this, we can then go in and browse for the file that contains the information that we want. And it's this one here, the Charity Event Sports Day file. And we can click on Insert. And you can see now we get a subproject inserted into our main project. And we can tell that this is slightly different from the other tasks in this project because we have the little project icon in the information column. I can expand the main summary task and I get to see all of the subtasks below. Now just take a look at some of the differences between these two sections. Now if we take a look at, let's say task number 51 just here, look in the predecessors column. This particular task has a predecessor of task 10. And if we take a look at the Gantt chart, I can see it relates to task 10 in the planning section. Now, if I take a look at this same task in the sub-project, perform risk assessment, notice the predecessors column is empty. So the link effectively hasn't been maintained. So these are the links that we basically need to recreate. Now, before we get on to that, I just want to talk a little bit more about the layout up here, because what we're going to do eventually is we're going to delete out the sports day tasks in the original project, so we just have the sub-project. But I like to leave these in there so that I can use them as a guide to recreate the existing links. So, for example, if we take the first item here, task 51, I can see that its predecessor is task 10. And if we scroll up to the planning section, task 10 is book venue. So I basically want to recreate this predecessor for the corresponding task in the sports day project. So you can see here, we don't currently have a predecessor for perform risk assessment. Now in project 2021, normally when you're linking tasks, you can simply click in the predecessors column and click the drop down and select your task. But notice here, it's only showing me tasks that are part of this sub-project. It's not allowing me to link to other tasks within the original project. So we can't use this method. We have to use the link option on the toolbar. So let's select book venue. We're going to go down, hold down Control and select perform risk assessment. And then on the task ribbon, we're going to choose link. Now notice a couple of things that happen here. In the predecessors column, it looks slightly different to what we normally have in here. Normally you'll just see the task number, but because we're effectively linking to another project, we actually get the entire path name in this predecessors column. But if we now take a look at the Gantt chart, so I'm going to scroll across a little bit, you can see that this particular task in our sub-project is now linked with task 10 in the main project. So we've very easily been able to maintain the integrity of that link. Now I'm pretty much going to go through and do exactly the same thing for all of these other tasks, and I'm going to be using this as my guide. So wherever we have a predecessor number, I'm basically going to recreate it for the project using the method I just showed you. So join me back here in a couple of moments once I've done that. So now that I've done that, my Gantt chart is starting to look a lot better. And one thing to remember is that you also want to run through this same process for any successors. Now, for most of these in our sports day sub-project, the successors are within the same project. But if we take a look at this one just here, sports day and barbecue, I can see here the successor is a task that we have in the planning section. Now, creating successors is pretty much the same as predecessors. The only difference is the order in which we select the tasks. So to create a successor, we need to select the tasks we want to link to first. So sports day and barbecue, and then we select the successor. So we're going to scroll up and we're going to select task 15 by holding down Control. And then we can click on link. Task 15, the predecessor updates, but down here the successor has updated with that task. So just bear that in mind when you're linking through to your predecessors and successors. Now, one thing you might have noticed here is that we have gaps in the numbering. For example, if we take a look, we've got 1 and then it skips over 2 and we go to 3, 4, 5, 6 is missing, 7, 8 is missing, so on and so forth. Now, we are going to talk more about these gaps a bit later on, so don't worry about it for now. The final thing we're going to do in this lesson is we're going to delete out these sports day tasks. So we can simply select them, right click and choose delete. I'm fine to delete all of the summary and subtasks, so let's click on OK. And now we're just left with our sub-project, and all of the links should link through to earlier sections of the project. Let's give it a save. And once again, we're going to get this message pop up. And for this, you don't really have to worry about it too much. We're going to click on OK to update the resource pool to reflect our changes. We're then going to simply go to File and close this down. It's time now to complete exercise 2. And I have to say, out of all of the exercises in this course, this is probably the one that's going to take you the most time. Now, what you're going to find in the exercise files folder is the exercise 2 MPP file. And this file contains lots of different parts, so much like what we were doing in the section previously. So we have our planning section, we have the gala dinner tasks, we have the fashion show tasks and the sports day tasks. And what I basically want you to do in this exercise is to practice the skills that we've learned in this section. So I want you to split up this project into separate files. So basically, you need to create a master file. And just for reference, there is mine sitting here. It's called Charity Event All. And this master file is going to contain multiple sub-projects. And each of the sub-projects are listed below. So we have fashion show, gala dinner, planning, and sports day. You're also going to need to create a shared resource pool that all of them share together. And once again, you can see here I have a file called charity event _resources. This is where you're going to find your resource pool, and it's the file with no tasks. So your starting file is the exercise file at the bottom. And these files here are really guides for you. They are the finished result of my workings out. Now, I don't mind what you call your files. You don't have to name them exactly the same as what I've done here. You can name them whatever you like. But I would recommend that you save all of your files into the same folder. Another point to note with these exercises is don't focus too much on getting your project to look exactly the same as mine. With project, you might have different project dates set. You might be doing this way in the future. So the dates that you see in my project are not the same as yours. You might have different options set, or you might be using specific calendars. So the focus doesn't need to be on getting your project plan to look exactly the same as mine. You just need to practice these skills so that you can apply them to your own plans. So that is it. Give it a go, and I'll see you in the next lesson. So we've looked at some of the basic aspects of resource sharing and consolidation, and now we're going to look at some of the more practical aspects. Now, consolidation and resource sharing works absolutely fine if you follow a clearly defined set of rules and protocols. And in order for this to be the case, your requirements must be pretty straightforward. If your requirements are more complex, and a good example would be if you have a number of pools of resources, and sometimes you need to get resources from one place and sometimes another, or maybe you have lots of projects, then Microsoft Project isn't really going to cope with it without you being extremely careful. Because even then, we would be working in an environment where even a small slip or deviation has the potential to cause disaster. So if your requirements are even just a little bit more complicated, go for Project Server, where you can use ERP. Now, ERP stands for Enterprise Resource Planning. And it gives us the ability to deal with shared resources from multiple pools, and it's supported in a more flexible and resilient way. So if you're looking at this and thinking, my project is more complex than this, then you really need to think about if Microsoft Project is going to be up to the job. Also, if we have a situation where, say, we have 4 project managers sharing a consolidated project and resource pool, it's very important that they all know what they're doing. Because if even one of them doesn't understand how to do this, then it can cause chaos for everybody else. So those are just a couple of points to bear in mind. Now you can see on the screen, I'm currently in File Explorer. And I have all of my files. Remember, we created these in the exercise. I have them saved off to a shared location. Now, in reality, if you're working at a company, this might be some kind of shared network drive that everybody in your company or in your team can access. Now, I'm just simply one person. I don't work at a company, so I don't have a shared network drive. But what I do have is OneDrive Cloud Storage, which again is another area where you can share files. So I've saved my files into this shared area. Now, one of the potential problems when you have project files saved to a shared network drive is the potential for conflicts. Because with a shared network drive, lots of people might have access to these files, and we could have multiple people opening the same file at the same time. So again, just bear that in mind. I'm going to show you a couple of little pointers here. So let's start out by opening Charity Event All, because all I want to do right now is just see the entire project. So let's double click to open. So first off, it recognizes that there is a shared resource pool, and it's popping up this little message asking me how I want to handle that. So it says this file shares resources from a resource pool. What do you want to do? And then we have 2 options. We can choose to open the resource pool to see assignments across all sharer files, or do not open other files. Now, the reason why we might choose the second option, do not open other files, would be a situation where maybe we're not that interested in working with or even seeing the resources. Maybe we just simply want to open the project plan so we can take a look at the schedule, maybe add a couple of tasks in, that kind of thing. So if you aren't really interested in the resources, you could select that second option. Now, the first option will allow us to see the other resources, and that's the one we're going to choose in this situation. So let's just click on OK. So it's going to open up the charity event all file, and I can see the master and all of the sub projects that we have in here. Now, the reason why I can see these is because I have them all stored in the same folder location. If we just quickly jump back to File Explorer, all of the files, all of the sub projects that are part of this master project are all in the same folder. Now let's dive into a quick scenario. Maybe I'm the project manager for the gala dinner only. And at any particular time, I only need to see the tasks and the information related to the gala dinner. So let's close down this file and just open up the gala dinner subproject. So we're going to jump back to File Explorer. There is the gala dinner project. Let's double click to open. Now note that we get exactly the same message about the resource pool. Also note, when you look behind at the tasks, some of those are ghosted or grayed out. And these are the tasks within the gala dinner project that either have predecessors or successors. So essentially tasks that have dependencies. Now these aren't real tasks in this project, they just represent tasks in other sub-projects. So they're really there to give me information about external dependencies. Now, once again, we're going to select the first option. Let's click on OK. So there is my project. And if we jump across to the resource sheet, I can see my resource pool, and I can use these resources in my project. And remember, as we saw before, we could jump across to resource usage view. We could add a column for project. And even though I only have the gala dinner project open, I can still see where those resources are being used in relation to other projects. So this is a really important point to note here. The resource pool is aware of where all of the resources are being used, even if we only have a small part of the file open. So now we have a little bit of a different situation. The project manager for the gala dinner has decided that he or she wants to work on their part of the project from home. So we're going to say that they don't have access to the shared location. Remember, this is all in the context of these files being stored on a network drive at your company. Now, as the project manager of the gala dinner, I want to be able to take all of these files home, but the other project managers for each part of this project are also taking their files home. So in order for the project manager of the gala dinner to be able to work successfully on this project from home, would he or she need to take home the resource pool as well? Well, in theory, that is possible, but in my experience, that can lead to a bit of a disaster. Because if the project manager takes the gala dinner file home and also the resources file, and they make changes to those files from home, the next day when they come into the office and load them back onto the network server, and let's say that all of the other project managers do exactly the same thing, how do we manage all of those changes? Now, of course, in theory, we could set this up so that everybody can work on it from home. And a good example here would be to save these files into something like OneDrive, as I do here. But a lot of companies still work with files that are stored on network drives. So we need to work out a way that we can do this successfully and with ease, but also make sure that everybody is aware of the implications of doing this. So what we're going to do here is let's close down the gala dinner file. We're going to reopen it. But this time we're going to select the second option, do not open other files, and click on OK. So now we have a situation where we have the gala dinner file open, but we don't have the shared resource pool. So if we go across to the resource sheet, notice that we only have 2 resources as opposed to all of our resources. And that is because we don't have the resource pool open, we don't have access to it currently. So it's only showing us the resources that are in use for the specific tasks in the gala dinner project only. And what project is basically doing here is it creates a temporary working resource sheet and only includes the resources that it knows about. So as far as project is concerned, these are local resources in a local resource sheet. So let's go in and let's make a change. So we're going to open up the Prepare Dinner Venue task. We're going to make sure we're on the Resources tab, and where we have our volunteer resource, currently that's showing us 300%. So effectively we have 3 volunteers all working at 100%. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this down to 200 and click on OK. Now notice we get a little warning next to task 12. Let's click the drop down. We have some options. I'm going to choose the second option. That's absolutely fine. Change the amount of work, but keep the duration the same. So let's choose that, and it gets rid of our warning. The other thing we might do is we might assign additional resources just here. So maybe I want to assign the volunteer that I've just freed up to the Make Bar Arrangements task. So we're going to click in resource name. We're going to choose volunteer, units 100%. That's fine. And click on OK. Now, what about assigning a resource that we can't currently see? Remember, we can only see the Gala Dinner Project Manager and the volunteer. Maybe we want to assign someone to help with the training of the Gala Dinner volunteers. So let's jump back across to the resource sheet, and we're going to add a caterer resource. And we're going to assign this resource to that task. So let's jump into Train Gala Dinner Volunteers. We're going to go to the Resources tab, and we're going to add our caterer. So those are the changes that I've made at home. Let's give the file a quick save and close it down. So let's pretend it's the next day. I've come back into the office and I've uploaded the files that I worked on at home to the shared network drive. So let's now open up Charity Event All. We're going to select the first option as we're back in the office. Now let's check our changes. If we scroll down to the Gala Dinner section of the project, let's jump into the Train Gala Dinner Volunteers task. We're just going to open it up and check our resources. There is the caterer that we added, so that's looking good. What about Make Bar Arrangements? Let's double click because we made a change there. Yes, we have our volunteer assigned. And if we jump across to our resources, you can see that the caterer has now been added to the bottom of the resource pool. So effectively, the changes that we've made to this project without the resource pool being available have come across absolutely fine. In the previous lesson, we looked at some of the practical aspects of sharing and consolidation and how a project manager can work separately on a project that is part of a larger project. And in this lesson, we're going to start by looking at another important basic question. How do you maintain a resource pool? Now, we're still working in the shared location, and we're just going to open up the resource pool, which is this file just here, charity event resources.mpp. So let's double click to open it up. And what you'll notice is you get this little open resource pool dialog box, and we have 3 options that we can choose. So it says this file is the resource pool for many projects. What do you want to do? And the first option that's selected by default is Open Resource Pool Read Only, allowing others to work on projects connected to the pool. Now, before we select our option here, it's important to bear this information in mind. When we're talking about making changes or updates to the resource pool, we're actually talking about 2 different things. One type of update is where we change information in the resource pool, such as the pay rate, someone's initials, or maybe the calendar. The other type of change we could make isn't really a change to the resource pool at all. It's a change to an assignment. And in this case, it's sort of the running total that the resource pool keeps of assignments for each of its resources. So with that in mind, we're going to first select the first option in this list, Open Resource Pool Read Only, allowing others to work on projects connected to the pool. Now, if we open the resource pool using this option, we can look at the properties of the resources and maybe do things like run off reports, but we can't make changes to them. So let's select the first option and click on OK. Now you can see automatically up in the title bar, it's showing me that this file is open as read only. Now what we're effectively doing here is we're looking at a snapshot of the resource pool at a moment in time. And of course, other project managers might be working on their projects individually, and it's entirely possible that they're making changes to their project and also the resource pool. So if at any time we want to refresh the resource pool and see the changes that other people are making, we can do that. So if we jump up to the Resource tab and go to Resource Pool, notice we have a Refresh Resource Pool option just here. So if we click this, it's going to refresh it and pull through any of those changes. Now, if we ourselves are making changes to the resource pool and we want to make sure that everybody can see those, we would do a similar thing. We would jump up to Resource Pool, but we would choose the option below, Update Resource Pool. Now, it's currently grayed out for me because I haven't made any changes or updates to the resource pool, but this is the option you would choose. Now, if we go back into Resource Pool and just jump into the Share Resources option, this is going to show us all of the files that this resource pool is linked to. Now, this is more of an FYI, it's just useful information to know. Now, I'm going to cancel out of here. I'm going to close down the resource pool and we're going to reopen because we want to take a look at the second option in that list. So the second option says open resource pool read write so that you can make changes to resource information like pay rates, etc. Although this will lock others out of updating the pool with new information. So if what you need to do here is something like change pay rates, as it says in the message, or any other fundamental change to the information about one or more resources, then you're going to need to open the resource pool in read-write mode. Now, when you do that, you don't stop others from opening projects that share the resource pool from opening their projects, but they won't be able to make changes to the resource information. So it doesn't stop them changing assignments, but they can't change any information that involves actually changing resource information itself. So if you do need to do maintenance on the information in the resource pool, then this is the option to use. Now, the third option is a variation on the second option. It says open the resource pool read write and all other sharer files into a new master project file. You can access this new master project file from the View tab, Switch Windows command. Now, so far when we've been talking about project consolidation, the implication is that there is an element of permanence to this all project, the project that contains the subprojects. And we've done that on the basis that this will be something that will continue throughout the life of the overall projects. Now, in some cases, either you don't need that or that creates its own problems. For example, it restricts how users manage their own projects. So you might find it's better all round for users to keep their projects entirely separate on a day-to-day basis. So they can still share the resource pool, but the projects are not consolidated into one master project. However, it may be that maybe once a week, for example, you need to run a report and you need to run the report on all of the projects together in a master file. So these are all decisions that you need to make depending on the type of projects that you have. And I'm going to leave that for you to experiment with. Now, a final few things to cover before we leave this lesson. We've taken a look at how to share resources, but what about doing it the other way around? What about stopping sharing resources? And really the important thing to remember here is that you need to have the pool and the file open. So we're going to open the resource pool in read write, and I'm also going to open the Gala Dinner file. Now, as we already know, the Gala Dinner file shares resources. I'm on the resource sheet now, and I have my resource pool. So if we jump up to Resource Pool and go to Share Resources, what I could do here is select Use Own Resources. I'm going to click on OK. Notice now it's effectively unlinked from the resource pool and we're only seeing the resources that are part of that Gala Dinner project. So let's close the Gala Dinner file down. I'm going to say yes to save the changes. I'm now back in my resource pool file. And if we go to resource pool and share resources, check out the sharing links below. Remember we looked in here previously. This is showing us all of the files that the resource pool is linked to. You can see that the Gala Dinner file is now no longer in this list. So it's no longer sharing the resource pool. Now I'm going to close down the resource pool and we're going to open up Charity Event All. And I'm going to say yes, open the resource pool. And notice in the project column where we can see our resources and where those resources are coming from, we now have two separate files. So the majority of these resources are using the shared pool, which is this charity event resources file. but the 3 resources that are part of the Gala Dinner project are now getting their resources from the Gala Dinner project instead. Now, just to finish up this lesson, let's jump back to Gantt chart view. And as we know, we're currently working in the charity All, which is showing us the master and all of the sub-projects. Now, maybe at this stage we decide that we don't want the Gala Dinner sub-project to be a sub-project anymore. Maybe we just want to list out these tasks and have them part of the All project. And this is a very straightforward thing to do. So what we're going to do is we're going to select the sub-project, we're going to right-click our mouse, and we're going to jump into Information. And we're going to go to the Advanced tab, and where we have Source Project, if you notice underneath it says Link to Project. So if we want to make these just regular tasks and not a sub-project, we just simply need to deselect this and click on OK. I'm going to say yes, I want to save changes and check it out. We now just have those tasks listed as regular tasks within the All project. It's no longer an inserted sub-project. Now this can have implications further up in the schedule. If we scroll up to the Planning section, some of the tasks that are part of the Gala Dinner project are now being referenced from, in this case, the Planning sub-project. And what we would need to do here is to make sure that where the dependencies originally existed between the 2 sub-projects and now exist between effectively a sub-project of the All project and tasks within the All project, you need to go through these dependencies and make sure they're set up correctly. And one of the most important things to bear in mind here is that when you do convert a sub-project back to regular tasks, that is not reversible. So I always recommend it's a good idea to take a backup copy of your file in case you decide at any stage that that's not what you wanted to do. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can set up recurring tasks, as this might not be something that you've come across before. And we're going to use the example of a progress meeting. So in this scenario, it might be that every month, let's say the 29th of each month, we get the team together for a progress meeting. And that meeting is going to last 3 hours, and it occurs in the afternoon from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. So if you were managing a project, let's say, which lasts roughly a year, you would also be managing 12 progress meetings. Now, we could schedule these meetings individually, but it's a lot more time efficient to set them up as recurring tasks. But you have to be aware that if you are going to set these meetings up as recurring tasks, you need to be in a situation where there isn't much variance from a pattern. And what I mean by that is you know for sure that that meeting is going to occur on the 29th of every month, and the duration is going to be 3 hours from 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. Now, of course, there are natural variations. For example, the 29th of the month might not always be on a working day. It could be at the weekend. Now, Project will deal with any situation like that, so we don't really need to worry about that too much. But if in fact what you find is that every month your boss wants to move the meeting to a different date, maybe the 24th or the 27th, then setting up a recurring task might not be the most efficient way to do this. So what I'm trying to say is that there needs to be a reasonably consistent pattern to your tasks. Now, before we get into setting up our recurring tasks for this project meeting, I just want to demonstrate something that surprisingly a large number of people don't generally get to do in Project. And that is to use times as well as dates for our start and finish. Now, what I mean by that is when you're adding tasks or maybe setting the start date of your project, most of the time we're working with days. We won't generally schedule tasks between 2 times. It will always be a task that has a duration of 3 days, 2 days, 1 day, 5 days, so on and so forth. But for this, we are going to jump into the options and we're going to add in time element to our start and finish times. So I'm currently working in the recurring task project file, which you can find in the course files folder. And I'm in Gantt chart view, and I'm just going to widen out the duration column because we're going to add in a longer date format. So let's click on File. We're going to go down to Options. And on the general page, if you take a look in the date format field, you can see this is the date format that I'm currently using. So I'm going to change this to add in the time component as well. So I think I'm just going to use this date format just here. And let's click on OK. And we're going to see that reflected when our recurring tasks are added into the schedule. So now it's time to add our recurring task. we're going to jump to the task ribbon, and then all the way over in the insert group, we're going to click the drop down underneath task and choose recurring task. So we need to give our task a name. So this is going to be a project meeting. The duration is currently set to 1 day. Now, we don't want this meeting to be a 1-day meeting. It's going to be a 3-hour meeting. So I'm going to type 3H in here. I then get to choose the recurrence pattern. So is this occurring daily, weekly, monthly, yearly? This is a monthly meeting, so I'm going to choose monthly, and then I can choose the detail of that recurrence. So I could choose to set this to recur on a specific day of every month, for example. Or I could choose to schedule this meeting on the 2nd Wednesday of every month, or maybe the 3rd Monday of every month. So you can really get quite granular about your recurrence information just here. Now we're going to say that we want this meeting to occur every month on the 29th. So let's add in 29 just there, of every 1 month. And then underneath, we get to specify the range of recurrence. Now, currently, the default start date here is just the start date of my project. And the actual date that you have in here, the start date, doesn't matter too much because project will work that out based on today's date. But we do need to change the time just here. Otherwise, it's going to schedule all meetings at 8 a.m. in the morning. So we can leave the start date as it is, but we do need to change this information over here. So I'm going to say I want this to start at 2 p.m. We then get to choose if we want to end after a specific number of occurrences. So maybe I'm only scheduling this project for the next 6 months. So I could say I want to end this after 6 occurrences. Now, I don't want to do that in this case. I'm going to choose a specific date. So let's click on End By, and I'm going to use the date picker, and we're just going to schedule these until the end of the year. So I'm just going to select the 31st of December. And I'm going to add onto the end here, 5 p.m. The final thing at the bottom here is to choose a calendar for scheduling this task. Now, for the time being, I'm just going to choose the standard calendar and click on OK. Now, notice I've got this little pop-up warning message that tells me 2 of the 7 project meeting tasks will occur during non-working times. So that means that the 29th of the month has fallen on a non-working day, so a Saturday or a Sunday based off of my standard calendar, twice. So I now need to tell project how I want to deal with that. So I have a few different options. It says project can reschedule the task to occur at the first available working time. To reschedule the 2 task occurrence, click Yes. So if I was to click Yes here, then project is going to reschedule both of those tasks that fall on a non-working day to the next available time on the next working day. So we can safely say that if my tasks fall on a weekend, if I was to choose Yes here, then project is going to schedule them for the next working day, which is going to be Monday. Now, if I was to choose No down here, it's not going to create the 2 task occurrences. So it's not going to create them at all. So maybe we decide that for those meetings that do fall on a weekend, we're just not going to have a meeting. I could choose No. The final option, Cancel, is if I just decide that I want to cancel out of what I'm doing and not create any tasks, I can just choose Cancel. Now, in this instance, I'm going to get project to reschedule the 2 task occurrence. So let's click on Yes and see what we get. Now, if we take a look at the start column just here, we can see that most of these project meetings have been scheduled on the 29th, but we can see our 2 exceptions. We have one here which has been rescheduled to July the 31st at 8 a.m. in the morning, and then we have this one down here which has been rescheduled to October the 30th. So the majority of my tasks have been rescheduled correctly. But I will now have to go in and deal with these 2 exceptions so that they reflect accurately, because we don't want these occurring at 8 a.m. in the morning. So let's click on the first task that needs to be rescheduled, which is this one just here. We can right click and go into information. And now we can just adjust the time. So I'm going to change this again to 2 p.m. and the end time to 5 p.m. and click on OK. So that one now looks a lot better. I'm going to do exactly the same for this task just here. So let's right click, information, and make our changes. So there we go. Pretty simple and straightforward. But again, it is worth noting that if each meeting that you want to schedule has significant differences, maybe completely different times of the day, then creating these individually as opposed to setting them up as recurring tasks is probably going to be more efficient for you. Now, another thing to note, if we decide at some stage that maybe this meeting is going to last 2 hours as opposed to 3, and we right-click and go into the information for the first task just here, if we were to change the duration up here to 2 hours, just know that it's going to basically recreate every single task in this list. So if you did make any changes to exceptions like we just did, you're going to have to go back in and redo those. So that's just really a point to note. And another little thing to note here before we finish this lesson is that if you do go in and create recurring tasks, you don't necessarily have to create them just to the end of your project. You can extend them further than the project end date. Just bear in mind that if you do this, it is going to extend the overall duration of your entire project. So just be aware of that as well. Now, when we do have our meetings scheduled, as we do here, you can see we have a project at the top, which has a little arrow next to it, which means it is collapsible and expandable. And Project has helpfully named all of these individual projects with a number, so 1, 2, 3, 4, to make them easy to identify. Now, the very final thing to note here is that we can also assign resources to our meetings. So what I could do here is click the project meeting at the top, right click and choose Assign Resources. And I have 3 resources already included in my resource sheet, and I want to assign all 3 of these resources to the meetings. So what I can do is I can hold down Control to select multiple resources. So let's click the first one, hold down Control, select the second one and the third, click on Assign. And now when I click on Close, I can see in the Resource Names column, I now have all of those resources assigned to every single recurring meeting. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at how we can create custom fields. And it's probably the case that you have seen and used many of the fields associated with tasks and resources before. So fields associated with tasks would be things like its duration, its start and finish times. And you can see those fields on the screen right now for this new project that we're going to be working on. So fields in Project are essentially columns. Now, in some cases, it might be that you'll specify values yourself, and sometimes Project does it for us. For example, if we set up a task starting on a particular date, and then we create another task with a dependency on the first, say it's going to start 20 days after the first task, Project will calculate the start date for us. It will also calculate things like the amount of work involved in a task based on the duration, number of resources, and so on. So the number of fields that we already have within Project is pretty large. But in any particular situation, there might be other information that you want to store or see in your project. So we do this using custom fields. And there are so many different things that we can do with custom fields. Now, as you'll see in a moment when we dive into this, Project provides a set of dummy fields that we can use as the basis of our own custom fields. So we're going to look at a very simple example of how to create a custom field, and it will really give you an idea as to the type of things that you can do with them. So we're going to set up a very common scenario. Many project managers these days keep information about the tasks in a project and they call it RAG status. Now, what RAG stands for is effectively red, amber, and green. And it's a really simple indicator of how a task is going in a project. So the way that this works is that for each task in a project, it's given a RAG status. So if something is going well and it's on track, we might give it a RAG status of G for green. If something's got issues, it might get a status of A for amber. And if we have a task where things are going horribly wrong, we're over budget, we're behind schedule, then we might decide to give that task a status of R for red. Now, the way that people assign these statuses can vary. Some people do it manually and do it on a task-to-task basis, but in other cases, these values will be calculated based on the current performance of the project. Maybe how far overtime is this project, or how far out of budget have the costs gotten. Now, for this particular lesson, I'm going to demonstrate setting up a RAG status for use manually. And we're going to set up this new RAG status custom field, and then we're going to assign values for the project based on my own assessment of the state of each task. So the project that we're going to be working on is a new website for a company called National Farm Foods. Now, the details of this project don't really matter in this example, but it is just a simple representation of the building of a website. So let's set up our custom field. So for this, we need to jump up to the Project tab, and in the Properties group, we have a Custom Fields button. So let's click on this and see what we get. Now, it's worth noting right at the top here, we can create a custom field for a task, a resource, or a project. Now, we're creating a custom field for tasks, so we're just going to select this first option, and then we can choose the type of custom field that we're creating. And you can see that we have a number of different options in the drop-down just here. Now, we're creating a RAG status task, which means I want to see either R, A, or G in the column. So that is text, so our type is going to be text. And then just below that, in the fields area, we have all of our dummy custom fields, and you can see that we have 30 of them that we can modify and use. So currently they just have the generic name, text1, text2, text3, so on and so forth. And to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter which one of these you choose, but let's keep things logical. We're going to select text1 at the top. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to rename this field. Now, we can double click to rename it, or we can just select the rename button underneath. So I'm going to give this a more meaningful name so I can identify it a bit better, and we're just going to call it RAG. Let's click on OK. You can see it now renames it, but we still have text1 in brackets, so that just lets him know the type of field we're using when we're working with our custom field. Also, note below we have some other buttons, so we can delete fields from here. So if you want to get rid of one, you can do that. We can even import fields from other applications. The next set of options that we have are custom attributes. And you can see we have a choice of none, lookup, or formula. Now, if we were to choose none, it basically means that we're allowing the users to type whatever they like in the field. So instead of just typing R, A, or G, they could type anything they wanted into that field. Now, that's not what I want. I want to lock this down a little bit so that they can only type R, A, or G. And that is where we would use the second option, the lookup option. Because with this option, we can provide a list, and the only thing users are going to be able to do in that field is select an option from that list. The final option is formulas. So if we wanted to add a formula which does a calculation in this field, we could do that from here also. Now, we're going to choose lookup. And this is where we get to define what we want to see in that drop-down. Now, the order in which you type these is entirely up to you. But in general, I tend to like to have the one that's probably going to be the most commonly used at the top. So for me, I think that's probably going to be green. So I'm going to type G in here, and then we can give it a description. And the description is going to be progress good. The next one is going to be A for amber. I'm going to say that this is a warning, so maybe something we need to check on. And the final one is going to be R, and we'll just say that there are issues with this task. Now, note that if you do want to rearrange these, you can simply select them, and you have little move buttons at the top, so I could move that up to reorder it or move it back down. We also have some buttons just above, which will allow us to copy and paste if we want to make copies of these. We can insert rows, things like that. And then underneath this little table, notice we have a little checkbox that says use a value from the table as the default entry for the field. So once again, if you think that one of these is going to be way more common than the others, then you might want to select it. So for example, G for progress good, and click on set default. And you can see that that changes color, which means that this is the default option. We can also change the way that we're displaying the order in this lookup table. So currently I'm displaying these by row number, so they're going to show 1, 2, 3 in the drop down, or I could choose to sort these ascending or sort descending alphabetically. And then the final option that we have down here are our data entry options. And it says allow additional items to be entered into the fields, and those values will be added to the lookup. So again, if we want to allow our users to be able to effectively modify what they're seeing in the drop-down and just type something in and have it become part of this list, then we could choose this option. Now, I don't want to do that in this case, so we're just simply going to click on Close. The next little group of options that we have, calculation for task and group summary rows. So these options here relate to calculations. So if we take a look at our project, let's take a look at the development task and its subtasks in the project. So tasks 13, 14, 15 and 16. So the development summary task has 3 subtasks. So what this basically relates to is if I give all 3 of these subtasks a RAG status of G for green, do I want the summary task, the development task, to get a status of G as well? Or what about if I have a different status applied to each of the subtasks? How do I want that to reflect in the summary task? Do I want it to average out to work out the status for the summary task? So that is what these options relate to just here. Now in this case, we're just going to leave as on none. The next option, calculation for assignment rows. Now once again, we're just going to leave this on none. And then the final group here, values to display. Now currently I have this set to data, which means it's going to display an R, an A or a G. But if I wanted to make this more graphical, I could add graphical indicators to represent those values. And I can choose if I want to add them for non-summary rows, summary rows, and if I do select this option, I can also select that summary rows inherit the criteria from non-summary rows. So this is where we could come in and we could add an image just here. So for example, I could click the drop down in test for RAG and I could say that if it equals, let's say G for green, I could assign an image. So let's choose a green circle. If it equals an A for amber, then we want to have, let's say, an orange circle. And if it equals R for red, then we're going to have a red circle. Now, you don't have to do this. I'm just showing you this as an example. Let's click on OK. So now let's click on OK to create our custom field. And to get that field to display, we just need to add a new column. So I want my RAG status column to appear somewhere around here. So let's select the duration column, go up to Gantt chart format, and we're going to insert a column. And then we can go through, and if we scroll down to R, we should find our RAG custom field. There it is just there. Let's select it and check out what we get. Because we set the green one as the default, that's why we're seeing green in here. But I could change this by clicking the drop down, and maybe I want to change this to A for warning, and we get our orange graphical representation. Now remember, if you just wanted R, A and G in here, you didn't have to set up these graphical indicators. So I'm going to set this to progress good. Let's say that this one has some issues or warning, and we'll just carry on adding a RAG status for each of these tasks. And it's entirely up to you if you want to manually add a status for the summary task as well. I'm just going to add them for the subtasks all the way down to the bottom. And we're going to do most of these as progress good. So that is how you can set up a custom field and use it in your project. In the previous lesson, we saw how we can add a custom field into our project that shows the RAG status of each task. And the way that we did that was that we entered our RAG status manually. If you recall, after we added the column, I then went through and selected the RAG status manually from the drop-down for each of the tasks. But as I mentioned in the previous lesson, aside from doing that manually, we might decide that we want to automate the calculation of values for a custom field. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this particular lesson. And we're going to stick with our RAG status field, but this time the values are going to be calculated. And there are many ways that people calculate RAG status. This can be based on numerous different things. It might be based on time performance or maybe cost performance. And we're going to create a calculation based on cost performance. Now you can see here that I have version 2 of this project on the screen. And version 2 differs from version 1 very slightly. So we're going to set up this scenario that the project isn't going particularly well. Everything in the original project plan was behind schedule and going well, but now some things have happened and we've had to update our project to reflect the new status of each task. And version 2 reflects the new status of the project. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here before we get on to the calculations part of this lesson is I'm going to change the RAG status column to use text as opposed to these graphical indicators. So this is just a good opportunity for you to see how you can switch between these two representations of the RAG status. So I'm going to select the RAG status column. Let's go up to Gantt chart format and custom fields. Now, if I don't want to show these graphical indicators, I just want to see the R, A, or G, all I need to do is come down to where it says values to display and change this from graphical indicators to data. So let's select that option, click on OK, and we now get our text as opposed to those graphics. Now, as I mentioned, we're going to calculate our RAG status based on cost. So the first thing we need to do here is we want to make sure that we're displaying the cost table. Now, I have the cost table displayed. If you're not sure how to do this and you're in a different view, if you jump up to the View tab, go to the Data group, we have a Tables drop down just here. So you just want to make sure that you're clicked on Cost. You might find that you're clicked on Entry instead if you can see all of your tasks. So we want to display the cost table. Now, one thing I want you to take a look at here, if we extend this out, is the variance column. We can see that quite a few tasks have a positive variance, i.e. they're currently running over budget. And that really does make sense, because in this project plan, in this version 2, I've actually extended the duration of some of the tasks in this project. And with an extended duration, it means that we require resources for a longer period of time to work on that particular task. And that, in turn, pushes the costs up. So it's not really a surprise to see that we have quite a few positive variances in here and that quite a few tasks are running over budget. If you look at task 5, for example, requirements definition, we can see that the variance is just over $2,000. Task 10, analysis and design, that's just under $1,000. And there are a couple of other tasks in here as well that are also running over budget. For example, task 14, graphical resources and branding, that's slightly over budget at $90. So we're going to calculate the RAG status based off of the variance. And the rule that I'm going to apply is that anything that has a cost variance of 0 or less, i.e. the currently planned cost doesn't exceed the baseline cost, any of those tasks, the RAG status will be G or green. For any task whose cost variance is positive but doesn't exceed $1,000, the status is going to be A or amber. And for all of the other tasks where the cost variance exceeds $1,000, the status will be R or red. So let's set up a second custom field. So let's go to the Project tab, Custom Fields, and this time we're still working with tasks. We're going to choose the next one in the list, Text 2. And we're going to rename this to RAG Auto so we can differentiate it from the original. Now, when it comes to the custom attributes, this time we're going to use a formula to calculate the RAG status. So let's click on the Formula button. Now, this little formula dialog box that pops up is very similar to the expression builder in Excel if you've ever used that. You can see we have our mathematical symbols underneath, so plus, minus, multiply, divide. We have our operators. We have a little drop down list where we can choose different fields to work with. And we also have a list of functions, and these are categorized by type. Now, the formula that we're going to set up here, we're going to do it in 2 parts. And the first part of this formula is going to allow me to identify all of the G's in the RAG status column. So any task that's flagged with a G for green. Now, we know that a status of G can be identified by anything that has a cost variance of 0 or negative. So let's click the functions drop down, and the function that we're going to use is the if function. So again, if anybody out there is an Excel user, this might be a function that you're already familiar with. And the if function is a logical function. It allows us to perform a test, and then it outputs a value of true or false, and we can add meaning to that true or false output. Now, that's all a bit complicated at this stage, so let's work through it slowly. I'm going to go into general because this is where we have our if expression. And notice here, it does look a little bit different if you're using it in Excel, but the formula is basically the same. So let's select if from the list. And notice in this formula, we have expression, true part, false part. So the expression part is where you're performing your test. And then we choose what we want to output if that test is true and what we want to output if that test is false. So what is our expression going to be? What is our logical test? Well, for this first part, what I want to say is if the cost variance is greater than 0. So I'm going to select where it says expression. We're going to delete that out and we're going to replace it with a field. So let's click the drop down. We're going to go to cost and we're looking for cost variance. And what we're saying is if the cost variance is greater than 0, and then we can define what we want it to do. Now for this first part here, this true part, I'm just going to put a little placeholder in here because we're actually going to work through this in the second part of this formula. So for the time being, I'm just going to put in quote marks X. And for the false part, we're going to put G. So let's work through this because if you've never seen this before, this can look pretty complicated. So what we're basically saying here is if the cost variance is greater than 0, if that is true, output an X. If it's false, output a G for green. So if I was to click OK on this formula, what I'm basically going to see in the RAG auto column is an X for positive values and a G for negative values. So let's try it out. Let's click on OK. Now you might see this little warning message pop up. It basically tells you that anything that's currently in the RAG auto field is going to be overwritten by this formula. Now in this case, that is totally fine. So let's click on OK and OK again. So let's go up to Gantt chart format and we're going to say insert column. And this time we're looking for RAG auto. And there it is just there. So notice what we get. If we take a look at this first one, requirements definition, I have an X in the RAG auto field. And if I take a look at the variance, I can see that this is a positive variance. So this is over budget. The next one, for example, is showing G in the RAG auto status column, and that's because the variance is 0. Remember, anything that's greater than 0 is going to show an X and everything else will show a G. The same thing down here. Analysis and design, we have an X, and that's because we are over budget on that one. Design sign off has a variance of 0, so that is effectively on budget. We have a G. So far this formula is working correctly. But I need to take it a stage further because I don't want to have X in the RAG auto column. I want it to display G, A, or R. So we need to modify our formula and add in another condition. So let's jump up to custom fields, select RAG auto, and we're going to click on formula. And we're going to go back in and simply edit our formula. Now what we effectively need to do here is turn this into a nested if statement. And again, if you are an Excel user, this might be something that you're already familiar with. So we want to replace this X part with another if formula. So we're going to delete it out. We're going to go to function, into general, and we're going to select if to add another one in. Now our expression this time, let's delete that out, is going to be if the cost variance is greater than $1,000. If that's true, we want to output R or red status. If it's false, we want to output an A for amber status. So working through this formula, the formula is first going to check if the cost variance is greater than 0. If that's false, it's going to output a G. If it's true, it's then going to move on to the next and check if it's greater than 1,000, and it's going to assign R or A based on that calculation. Anything else, it's going to assign a G. So let's click on OK and OK again, and we can now see that our values have been updated. So this one just here has an automatic RAG status of R because the variance is greater than 1,000. If we take a look at something with a RAG status of A, we can see that it's greater than 0, but not greater than 1,000. So that is how that formula calculates. Now the final thing I'm going to do here, because I don't want to have both of these columns in my table, is I'm going to simply hide the original RAG column. So let's right click and choose hide column, and then I'm just going to switch back to my entry table view. And I'm going to quickly add another new column to display my RAG auto status in this view as well. So let's scroll down, RAG auto, and there we go. In the previous lesson, we set up a RAG Auto custom field, and the value for the custom field for each task was calculated using a formula. And as I pointed out in that lesson, the formula that you can create can be pretty sophisticated. There are lots of different options if you have a little look around. And in setting up that formula, we used nested if statements. Now, there is a very good alternative to using nested if statements, which can make things simpler and also allows us to deal with situations where we have more than 3 values. So that's what we're going to take a look at in this lesson. We're going to edit the RAG Auto custom field, and we're going to use a different formula. So let's click on the Project tab, and we're going to jump into Custom Fields and make sure that we have RAG Auto selected. And we're going to click on the Formula button, and in there we still have our nested if formula. Now we're going to replace this formula with a more flexible formula called switch. And again, if you are an Excel user, then you might be familiar with this function. So let's delete out everything that we currently have in there. Now you can simply type the formula in, but if you prefer to get those little prompts for the arguments, then jump into function, go down to general, and there is the function that we're going to use, switch. Now the switch function allows us to create multiple expressions, so more than the 3 that we did using the nested if statements. And you can see that these arguments kind of come in pairs. We have expression 1 and then value 1, expression 2, value 2. And we could carry on going, expression 3, value 3, so on and so forth. So we're going to double click to select expression 1, and we're still working with the cost variance field. So we're going to insert our cost variance field, and we're going to say if this is less than or equal to 0, the value we want to output is going to be G, or green. So basically anything with a negative cost variance is going to have a RAG status of G. We can then complete this for expression 2. So once again, we're working with cost variance. If this is less than or equal to $1,000, the value is going to be A. And then finally, we're going to add another one. If the cost variance is greater than $1,000, then we're going to output an R. And of course, if we had more options, we could simply carry on going, setting up these different pairs, logical test, and then the output. Now we're going to stop there. It's all we need for our example. Click on OK. And what you should notice is that when I click on OK again, there should be absolutely no change in the RAG Auto field because we're effectively doing the same calculation. We're just using a different formula to do it. So let's click on OK, and like magic, nothing changes, so our formula is working. It's also worth bearing in mind that when you do click on OK, Project does do a syntax check of your formula. So if you've typed something in incorrectly, you are going to get a warning message come up. If you don't see anything, then you can safely assume that your formula is good. Now, because there are so many different types of formulas that you can do in Project, and you want to learn a little bit more about this, we definitely don't have time to cover all of them in this course. But something that can be really helpful is to jump into the help files and just search for Project functions for custom fields. And the top link here, if we open this up, it's going to give us a whole heap of information about the different functions for custom fields, and it's going to go through them all with an explanation. So it's definitely worth having a little read through these help files if this is something that you think you're going to be using all the time in Project. Now, the final thing we're going to do here is we are going to re-add some graphical indicators, but we're going to make them slightly different to before. So let's go to the Project tab and Custom Fields. We're going to make sure that we have our RAG Auto field selected. We're going to change this to Graphical Indicators, and we're going to click on the button. And then we're going to jump in here and we're going to add some squares this time. So let's choose equals. If the value equals G, the image we're going to use is this green square. We're going to say equals again. If it's A, we're going to have an amber square. And then finally, if it's equal to R, we're going to have a red square. Also, now underneath we have this little option selected, Show Data Values in Tooltips. Now I do recommend that you keep this selected. Let's click on OK and OK again. And we can see that those have now applied. They're looking lovely. But what exactly is that tooltips option? Well, if I hover my mouse over any of these indicators, it will show you the underlying value. So if I hover over one of these, let's go for this one just here. I don't know if you can see, it sort of very briefly flashed. Now that's got something to do with the fact that I'm recording the screen. For you, when you hover your mouse over this and you're not recording, you'll be able to actually see the value that sits underneath the graphic. So I do recommend having those turned on, can be super useful. So that's it for this section on custom fields. We've seen a couple of different examples there, but of course there are so many different formulas left for you to explore. It's time now to complete exercise 3. And in this exercise, we're going to create a custom field for a project that you haven't seen yet. And this is a reasonably basic building project. The schedule isn't quite finished and we haven't assigned any resources as yet. But we are almost at the end of the planning stage and we've saved a baseline, but we've had to change some of the estimates. So now that we've changed some estimates, we get a finish variance for some of the tasks in the project. And you can see those in the finish variance column in the exercise file. Now, this is your starting point for this exercise. If you take a look in that column, you'll see that many of the tasks don't have a variance. For some of them, it might just be 2 or 3 days. And for a few, it's 5 days or more. So what I'd like you to do in this exercise is I want you to flag the tasks that have a variance of 5 days or more so that we can address that before we go on to the next stage of planning. Now, the way that I would like you to do this is to create a custom field of type flag. So if you check each of the types, you'll see that a flag field is a data type of yes, no. And I'd like you to make sure that the value of yes is set for any task where the finish variance is 5 days or more. And I'd also like you to set this for the appropriate summary task as well. So if a summary task has a finish variance of 5 days or more, I'd like to have the value of yes also. The next thing I'd like you to do in this exercise is I would like you to indicate graphically each of the tasks and summary tasks with a finish variance of 5 days or more in the Gantt chart using an icon. So a couple of things for you to practice in this exercise. Now, before you dive straight in, there's just a couple of really important things that I want to mention here, which are really going to help you when you're completing this exercise. In Project 2021, durations are stored in minutes. So if you want to check the value of finish variance, you need to do that in the terms of minutes. So when I say 5 days, that's 5 working days. So in a project where the defaults are still in force, 5 days is 40 hours, which is 2,400 minutes. Now, this is going to be important when you're completing this exercise. And I'm not going to give you too many clues or hints because I really want you to have a think about this yourself. But just bear in mind that when you're dealing with durations, be aware that they're stored in minutes. If you'd like to see my answer, then please keep watching. So here is my answer. You can see that I've moved the columns around a little bit so that we have finish variance at the start here, and we have a new column called week late. And notice in this column, whenever there is a finish variance of 5 days or more, we have this little red diamond icon. So that just lets me know which tasks I need to focus on. So you should have ended up with something that looks like this. Remember, your dates might be different, so you might have a slightly different result. But if you can see the week late column and the graphical indicators are appearing where they're supposed to appear, you can safely assume that you've completed this exercise correctly. And of course, if you're unsure, then you'll find this file in the exercise files folder. Take a look at the field and see what I did to achieve this result. That's it for now. I will see you next time. In this lesson, we're going to start to take a look at outline numbering and WBS codes because these might be things that you're not familiar with. So let's start out with outline numbering. Now, in this lesson, we're going to use the example of a house build project. Now, this project isn't complete, but there is enough information in it for the purpose of this lesson. And the thing about house build projects is that they're normally very structured, and they're also normally very similar. So most house build projects will have tasks included similar to the ones that you can see here. Now, something that's not particularly obvious when you're just looking at this project is that behind the scenes, Project 2021 is keeping a list of outline numbers for us. So let's take a look at them for this project. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to insert a column just here, and we're looking for outline numbers. So let's scroll down. There it is. And now we can see our different outline number levels. Now, this is very simple number formatting, but let's just walk through it so you understand. So you can see here the task number 1, our top level summary task, site, has been given an outline number of 1. The next task, task 2, which currently says clear site, has been given an outline number of 1.1. And that's because task number 2 is effectively a subtask of task number 1. We can see that it's been indented, which gives us our outline number of 1.1. The next task, task number 3, set out, that's on the same indentation level as clear site. So the numbering is going to follow on from that point. So set out is now 1.2. And you can see that this numbering structure continues throughout this project plan. And currently, pretty much all of the tasks that we have in this plan are either level 1, the summary task, or level 2. So we're not really going beyond 8.1, 8.2, 8.3. Now let's see what happens when we introduce another task into the middle of the schedule. So I'm going to select where we have task 3, and we're going to insert a task, and this task is going to be called trim. Now this task needs to be a subtask of clear site. So let's jump up to the task ribbon, and we're just going to indent this task. So check out what happens to our outline numbering now that we've introduced a third level. Trim has been given an outline number of 1.1.1. And then the numbering for task 4 goes back to 1.2 because this is outdented compared to trim. If I was to insert another task directly under trim and indent it to the same level, that task would be given an outline number of 1.1.2. So this is fairly standard outline numbering that I'm sure you've come across at some point in your career. Now, the good news about this outline numbering is that Project 2021 does all of the maintenance for us. So as we make changes to the schedule, add tasks, delete tasks, it's going to automatically update the outline numbering to reflect the new structure. So what exactly is the point of having outline numbers? Well, we can use them to uniquely identify a task in a project. For example, if you wanted to relate materials to a particular task, maybe we're ordering steel for the steel frame, you can see down here, task number 21. When we order that steel, maybe we want to make sure people know which particular project and task the steel was meant for. So to do that, we could provide them with the name of the project and also the outline number. So outline numbers can be useful in that respect, but they also give your project structure. Now this, in theory, all sounds good, but in practice, the use of outline numbers can have problems. Now, if you have a very fixed structure on your projects and you're reusing the same structure, and there is rarely a need to change it or vary it, then this can work. However, if you need something that can deal with variations with the addition of new tasks, then it doesn't work too well. So when we started this project, if we just scroll back up to the top, site had an outline number of 1, clear site had an outline number of 1.1, etc. And they still have those outline numbers. And if you recall, we inserted the trim task into the schedule and everything numbered correctly. But supposing that trim had to go into the schedule, but it wasn't a subtask of clear site. Instead, it was a subtask of site. So let's give that a go and see what happens. So I'm going to select the trim task, and what we're going to do is we're going to outdent it so it's on the same level as clear site. So now that we've done that, and all subtasks underneath the site summary task are on the same level and all the numbering looks as if it's working and flowing through correctly, one thing that has happened is that the numbering has changed. For example, for task number 4, set out, when we modified the indentation level of trim just above, it changed the set out task number from 1.2 to 1.3. So the addition of new tasks and the changing of the indentation will renumber other tasks in your project to accommodate those changes. Now, this might be absolutely fine for the project that you're working on, but in some cases, having volatile numbers that can change depending on the changes that you're making to the schedule is not really what you want. Sometimes you want to assign a unique number to a task and have that number follow that task no matter what else is going on in the schedule. And that is where WBS codes come in. So let's take a look at the default WBS codes for this particular project. So let's insert another column and we're going to choose WBS from this list. So this will be near the bottom. There we go. And we can see the default WBS codes. Now, WBS codes are the same really as outline numbering by default, but we can customize the WBS codes to make them more relevant to the project that we're working on. And if you're wondering where WBS codes originated from, they originally came from government work and US military work. And the idea was not only to be able to identify the tasks in a project using a coding system, but also to do things like relate WBS codes in one project to WBS codes in another project. So a lot of the time, if you were a project manager, you'd be given a set of standard WBS codes to use, and you need to set them up in your project to conform not only to government requirements, but often to international standards. And WBS codes are still used and they're very common in the public sector. Now, one key aspect of WBS codes is that they don't often look as simple as this. The coding system is more complex and it's more specific to the project. So if you were given a set of WBS codes to use in a project, you'd need to know how to customize them. And that's what I'm going to show you next. Now, also another thing to note before we begin, with these standard WBS codes that you can see in this new column that we've added, check out what happens here. So the first one, the summary task for site, is 001. Clear site 001/A. Now you'd think that the next one would be 001/B, but it's not, it's E. Now this has something to do with what I was talking about earlier, in the fact that WBS codes are more fixed and travel with their task, as opposed to project changing the outline numbering when we start moving and deleting tasks. So this is why we're seeing E just here, and I'll talk about this more a little bit later on. Now let's take a look at how we would customize these WBS codes to make them a little bit more meaningful to this particular project. What we're going to do is jump up to the Project tab, and in the Properties group we have WBS Define Code. So this is where we can set up exactly how we want our WBS codes to look. Now the first field we need to complete is the project code prefix. Now this will in general help us identify which project these WBS codes belong to. So this is a house build project and we're working in the 01 file, so I'm going to say that the prefix for all of these codes is going to be HB01-, and then we're going to have our numbering system. Now we define our different numbering levels in the code mask area below, and we're going to create 3 different numbering levels. So our first numbering level, let's click the drop down. We're going to say that we want numbers. The length, well, let's go for 3 digits, and the separator is going to be, let's say, a /. So that is my first level of numbering. And you can see in the code preview at the top what that's going to look like. So it's going to say HB01-111. Because I've chosen numbers, it's going to start at 1, the length is 3, and when we move on to the next level, the separator is going to be a /. Our next level of numbering, let's do these in uppercase. The length this time is going to be 1 character, and the separator is going to be a dot. And then our third level is going to be ordered numbers again. And this time we're going to have 2 characters. And we're not going to have a separator on the end. Now, before we click on OK, let's just take a look at these 2 little checkbox options that we have at the bottom. We have Generate WBS Code for New Task selected. So when we add new tasks into the schedule, it's going to generate a brand new WBS code for that task. And then the second option, verify the uniqueness of the new WBS code. So basically, project is going to check against the list to make sure that the WBS code we're using is a unique code. So I'm happy with this. Let's click on OK and check out our schedule. So now we have our WBS style numbering applied. Once again, if you take a look at this trim task, you can see that it seems to be out of order because it's not really flowing through with its numbering system. Now we're going to talk about why that is in the next lesson. So I'm going to hop over there now, and I look forward to you joining me. Previously, we looked at outline numbers and WBS codes, and we pointed out some problems in terms of producing a consistent and reliable way of identifying the tasks in a project and the structure of those tasks. Then we created custom WBS codes. So in this lesson, we're going to take a look at some of the problems that we might encounter with outline numbers and WBS codes, because there are issues with both of them, just different issues. Now, it's important to remember that there is a fundamental difference between a situation where you are given codes to use and they need to be assigned to the tasks in a project in such a way that those codes never change, and the procedure whereby the tasks in a project are outline numbered in some way, and that numbering is updated when you update the structure or the contents of the project. So do you want your codes to be fixed or flexible and adaptable as the project changes? So let's take a look at this in a bit more detail. So let's take a look at task number 11, lockup, and also task number 18, frame. Now, lockup has a WBS code of 003. We're just going to look at the last three numbers on the end here. And frame has a WBS code of 004. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to drag frame above lockup. So let's grab the task, let's drag it up and drop it in there. Now, a couple of things to notice here. The first thing is the indentation. Notice that frame has effectively taken on the indentation of the summary task above, and the outline numbering reflects that as well. Now, the first thing I'm going to do here is just outdent frame to give it its correct outline level. Now, notice here that when we've done this rearranging and made changes to this structure, the outline number has recovered well. We can see that everything still flows through. So frame is now outline number 3, 3.1, 3.2, all the way down to 3.4, and lockup has now changed to outline number 4, and all of its subtasks have the appropriate numbering level. But check out the WBS codes. This is an entirely different story. Effectively, the WBS codes have acted in the opposite way. So the lockup task and all of its subtasks have retained the original formatting. So it's still showing us 003, 003A, so on and so forth in the WBS code field, but the outline numbering is all related to the number 4. So the WBS code hasn't changed, whereas the outline numbering has. Now, if we take a look at the frame summary task and all of its subtasks, remember this is the one we moved above lockup, we now have some very strange numbering in here. We have HB01013, and that follows down throughout all of the subtasks. So why do we have 13 in here? Well, it's because project views these as inserted tasks into the schedule and effectively treats them as if they are brand new tasks and assigns the next lot of WBS codes to them in the list. So if we scroll down to the bottom of this schedule, you can see that the last WBS code here for sign-off, task number 47, is HB01012, so 12. Now, because project is treating these tasks as brand new tasks, it's assigned them the next set of WBS codes in the list, which is 13. And you'll also see, if you look down that WBS column, that we now no longer have any WBS codes that relate to 004. We have our ones for 003 just here, and then our ones for 005. And that's because in here is where we had that frame summary task with its subtasks. That was the one that we moved further up the schedule. So outline numbers and WBS codes behave in very different ways when you change the structure of your project. So let's grab the frame summary task again and let's move it back to where it was and see what happens to the schedule. So let's grab it and move it all the way down to here. And once again, I'm just going to need to outdent the summary task so it doesn't take on the indentation of the tasks above. So once again, you can see that the outline number has updated, but the WBS code has remained static. Now, let's say that when we've done this, we don't particularly like the way that these WBS codes have been handled. Well, fortunately, there is a way that we can get around this. All we need to do is right-click on the summary task and jump into information. And we're going to jump across to the custom field tab, and you can see here is our WBS code. So what I could do is simply manually change this from here if I didn't like the WBS code that had been assigned. So I'm going to change this to the value. Let's put it back to 004. Click on OK. And if you now take a look at the schedule where we have frame, we now have those codes looking as we need them to look. Now, it might be that we get into a situation where we're renumbering different WBS codes and maybe we get ourselves into a bit of a mix-up and we just want to reset everything back to how it was. Fortunately, we have a button which will help us with this. So if we go up to Project and into WBS, we have a renumber option just here. And that will reset all of your numbering back to how it was originally. In this lesson, we're going to look at outline codes. So far, we've been talking about the structure of a project, and we've looked at outline numbering and the WBS codes that reflect the structure. Now, there are many other ways that you can add structure to projects. And we're going to proceed in this lesson by going back to the NFF website project. If you recall, this is the project for Farm Foods, where we've basically outlined the structure for building a website. Now this time we're going to do something a little bit different because what we want to do is to reflect the requirements of an accountant. Now the accountant wants to be able to identify cost centers and cost center structures for the resources assigned to this project. So we need to set up a structure which reflects how we charge for the use of these resources. So in this example, we aren't looking at a task structure, we're looking at a resource structure instead. Now, the project accountant has told us that we need to be able to identify which of the internal resources are chargeable and which are non-chargeable. So we just need to create a simple structure that clarifies the charging within the project. Now, if you take a look at the first resource in the resource sheet, it says Northern Farm Foods. Now, Northern Farm Foods is essentially the client. And as the client, we don't have to pay them to do what they're doing. So let's take a quick look at the types of tasks that the Northern Farm Foods client is performing within this project. So we're going to jump up to resource usage, and there is Northern Farm Foods, and we can see here that they are involved in the requirements definition, the analysis and design, and also the testing. Now, as the client, we don't have to pay them to do what they're doing. Their contribution to this project is part of the commercial arrangement that we have with the client. Now, if we take a look at Mark Ravenswood, I can see that he's in charge of the coding side of things. So he's going to be writing all of the HTML. Now, Mark Ravenswood is an internal salaried member of staff. So the department won't be charging for his time. The same thing applies to Sally Danvers. She's an internal member of staff as well, and her time is not chargeable because this is effectively part of her job. She's been assigned to this project to carry out these specific tasks. And for Sally, that is the analysis and design. Now, Lorraine Reese is a slightly different scenario. Lorraine, again, is an internal member of staff. She's been brought in to help with the testing of the scripts, but her time is chargeable. So we're going to set up an outline code structure to reflect all of these different scenarios. So let's jump up to the project tab. We're going to go into custom fields. So we're going to make sure that we select resource at the top here, and the type we're going to change to outline code. So this little custom fields window should look reasonably familiar to you now because we have used it a couple of times throughout the balance of this course. So let's rename our field, and this time we're going to call it charge code and click on OK. Now take a look down in the custom attributes section. You can see that none and formula are both grayed out, so they're inaccessible to me at the moment. The only option we have in here is lookup, which is fortunate because that's the option we need. So the first thing we're going to do here is we're going to define our code mask. So this is really the structure that the charge code is going to take on. So if we click on Edit Mask, this is where we can define our charge code structure. So we're going to say that there are going to be 2 levels to our charge code. The first level is going to be characters. The length is going to be 3, and we're going to have a dot separator. The second level is also going to be characters, and the length is also going to be 3. And you can see just above in the code preview what that's going to look like. So let's click on OK. Now that we have our code mask, our structure, we can start to add our values in. So our first value, which is going to be 3 characters, is int. And the description, internal resource. Our second value is going to be chg for chargeable. And then our third value is going to be for non-chargeable. Now we're going to do exactly the same, but for external resources as well. So we're going to have ext, we're going to have chg again. Now notice as soon as I type that, it appears in red because Project is recognizing that we already have chg as a value. Now we're not going to worry about that too much right now because this will change when we adjust the indentation. So let's just finish off what we're doing here. And the final one again for external resources is non-chargeable. So now what we can do is we can use our indentations at the top here to give this a little bit of structure. So I basically want this one to be indented, so it's under internal, along with this one as well. And we want to do the same for the other 2. Notice how that now we've added that indentation, Project is recognizing that these are not actually duplicates. Now, if we take a look at some of the other options underneath, we're pretty much going to leave everything on the default settings here. So we want to display the indenting in the lookup table. So I always like to have this turned on because it just makes it easier to see what you're selecting. Use a value from the table as the default entry for the field. Now, I'm not going to set a default, so I'm going to leave that blank. Display order for the lookup table. Well, I'm happy displaying it by row number. And when it comes to our data entry options, I don't want to select either of these because I don't want to allow additional items to be entered into the fields. And I don't want to allow only codes that have no subordinate values. So we're basically going to leave these as default, click on close and OK. So now what we're going to do here is we're going to insert a column and we're going to display our custom field. There it is just there, charge code outline level 1. And now we can go through and assign different charge codes to different resources. So if we go for the client first of all and click the little drop down, there is our little table. And you can see some of those options that we selected coming into play. We can see that we've got our indentation in place, so it's easier to identify what we're selecting. So Northern Farm Foods is external, non-chargeable. Mark Ravenswood, well, as we mentioned, he is internal and non-chargeable. As is Sally Danvers. Lorraine Reese, she's internal, but she is chargeable. And I'm basically going to go through the rest of these resources, just assigning a charge code for each. So let's say that Adrian is internal, non-chargeable. Bakersfield Associates, well, they are external and chargeable. People for People, they are also external and chargeable. Deborah Ashby, well, she is internal and non-chargeable, and that is all I'm going to fill in there. So now if we jump back to the resource sheet, we can add a column into here as well so we can see those different charge codes. And that could be a really useful column to add to this resource sheet. So let's click Add New Column. Once again, we're going to find our charge code column. And there we have all of those charge codes listed out. Now, the very final thing that I want to show you in this particular lesson is how the new charge code will enable the accountant to analyze the resource costs on this project. So for this, we're going to jump up to the View tab. We're going to go into the data group, and where we have group by, we're going to create a new group. And in the field name, we're going to say that we want to group by, and then we're going to choose the new field that we created. So this one here, group by charge code. Now you could modify the formatting that you're applying. Down here, for this example, I'm just going to leave it on the defaults and click on Apply. Now check out what happens. You can see that our resources have been grouped by charge code. So at the top, we have all of the resources that currently don't have a value, but we can also see all of the external resources grouped together and all of the internal resources grouped together, and they are separated into groups depending on if they are chargeable or non-chargeable. So this can be really helpful to accountants when they're trying to analyze the costs of a project. It's time now for us to complete exercise 4. And in this exercise, we are back to working on our web development project. And I've updated it a little bit, and the starting point you're going to find in the exercise files folder. The file name is exercise4.mpp. And if you take a look at this file and jump across to Resource Usage View, you can see that the charge code custom field that we created in the previous lesson is still there. If you recall, this is the one that we set up to assist the accountant. Now, in this exercise, we're going to practice custom fields, but we're going to shift our focus back to custom fields for tasks. So we're going to use a custom field of the type outline code to reflect the structure of the project. And remember that the difference when using outline codes is that project doesn't maintain the values for us. We must enter the values into the custom field. So we want to put in a structure into this project that is fixed and under control. So let me just show you my answer, and then I'll explain some of the specific requirements for this exercise. So this is my answer. You can see here that we have a custom column called Web Dev Project Code, and then underneath we have a code for each of the different tasks and summary tasks in the project. Now, if we click, notice that we have a drop down just here where we can see a list of all of those values. Now, notice that we only have 5 levels, but the third level, design and development, is split into 2 parts. We have 001 and 002. And hopefully you should recall from the previous lessons how we actually set up this drop down list and how we can create these sub-levels. So in this exercise, I'd like you to create a custom field called Web Dev Proj Code. I'd like you to set it up as I've got it set up here, and then I'd like you to go through, make sure that you can see the Web Dev Project Code field in the Gantt chart view, and assign the relevant project code to each summary task and task within the project. So that is your exercise. Give it a go, and I will see you in the next lesson. In this and the next sections, we're going to take a look at costs. And I'm going to assume that you have a basic knowledge of using costs in a project. But we are going to look at some of the aspects that you might not have come across before. And in this first section, we're going to take a look at fixed task costs. Now, for many of the projects that you manage, a large proportion of the costs will be related to the costs of resources and materials. But sometimes you're going to have fixed costs for specific tasks. So we're going to start with the example of our building project. Now, if we scroll down to the services section, you can see that task number 32 is the connect to services task. And for this particular type of task, there might be a fixed cost aspect. For example, there might be a cost in connecting the house supplies to the services, so things like electricity and water. So in this case, we're going to assume that the fixed cost is $295. Now, this isn't a cost of a specific resource or material, it's a cost associated with the specific task of connecting to services. So when we're entering the fixed cost, we need to enter it via the cost table. So let's jump up to the View tab. Over in the data group, we're going to click Tables, and we're going to make sure that we select the cost table. And you can see here is the task in question, task number 32. Now, if you just take a look at the different column headings within the cost table, the first column is the fixed cost column. We then have fixed cost accrual, which is related to when this cost is implemented. And I'm going to talk a bit more about that later on. We have total cost, baseline, and then we have variance. So what I'm going to do here is in the fixed cost column, we're simply going to enter in 295. We then need to complete the fixed cost accrual method. And we have 3 options in here: start, prorated, and end. Now, as I mentioned, we are going to talk a bit more about this later on. So for the time being, we're just going to set this to start, which basically means that the cost is going to be accrued at the start of the task. So now we've entered this information, you can see that the total cost is updated to $295. You can also see that's rolled up to the summary task of services. We have nothing for baseline, which is fine because we haven't set a baseline as yet. And the variance is $295 as well. Now, if you have assigned a fixed cost to a task, you can still assign other costs to the same task. For example, if a member of my team had to spend time getting involved in this task, that can still be added to the cost of this task. So I've switched across to the website project, and you'll notice that one of the tasks in this project has a fixed cost of $2,000. Task number 2, tendering process. Now, one really important point that's worth bearing in mind is that it's only possible to record one fixed cost against a task. If you have more than one to apply, you would add the costs together to get a total and add it into the fixed cost column. And if you are going to do something like that, it's always good to add a note so that everybody knows what's going on with these fixed costs. So what we could do here, for example, is we could select the task. Let's right click and go into information. And then if we click across to the notes tab, this is where we could add some notes, just letting everybody know what each of the fixed costs are for. So there's my description for the $2,000 fixed costs. If I had added multiple fixed costs together into one total, I could carry on listing them out here so everybody is aware. Now, there is another case that can sometimes occur. Let's suppose you are getting external consultancy from an expert. And in the case of this tendering process task, we need to appoint a consultant. Now, the consultant doesn't charge on an hourly basis, he charges a fixed cost. So what we can do is we can set up the work resource for the consultant on the basis that there isn't an hourly charge or cost, but there is a fixed cost charge for their services. So we can set this consultant up on the basis that their standard rate is 0, but there is a cost per use. So let's take a look at that. We're going to jump across to the resource sheet and we're going to add in our new resource. So this is going to be our contract consultant. Now we're going to say that his standard rate is $0 an hour. So I'm not going to change anything just there, but the cost per use is $400 an hour. So now let's go back to the Gantt chart. We're going to select this task and we're going to assign a resource to this task. And the resource that we're going to assign is the one that we've just added, which is the contract consultant. Let's select them and click on assign. So now you can see the total cost for this project is $3,200. Now, if we jump into the information for this task and take a look at the resources, you can see there are 2 resources now assigned to this task, Deborah Ashby and the contract consultant. The former has a cost of $800 and the latter has a cost of $400. So if we add these together, that's $1,200. Don't forget, we already have a fixed cost of $2,000 assigned to this project, so the total cost is $3,200. So that's how the breakdown of these costs work for this specific task. In this lesson, we're going to talk about cost accrual. And cost accrual might be something you're familiar with, it might not be. And for some people who aren't familiar with accounting, it can all seem like a little bit of a mystery. Now, we're going to work in this dummy project, and you can see the file there, costaccrualdemo.mpp. You can find this in the course files folder if you'd like to follow along with me. Now, in this dummy project, we simply have 5 tasks, task A to task E. We also have 5 dummy resources in the resource sheet as well, so resource 1 through to 5. And one thing to note about these resources is the accrue at column. You can see that a couple of them have an accrual method of prorated, 2 of them accrue at the start, and 1 of them accrues at the end. And when a cost accrues, it's basically the point in time in which the accounting function associated with the project recognizes that the cost has been incurred. For example, if we have a resource accruing using the prorated method, it means that the cost of that resource is spread across the duration of the project. If the cost incurs at the start, it means as soon as the task gets an actual start date, that's when the cost will accrue. And if a cost accrues at the end, then it means that cost will be incurred once the task has finished. So it's important to understand the difference between these accrual methods. Now, generally, people recognize how cost accrual works in terms of labor costs. We would normally prorate the labor costs over the course of a task in which the labor is employed. But there are some exceptions. Now, if you take a look at this dummy project currently, we don't have any costs associated with any of these tasks. Now, we're going to go in and change that. For task A, we're going to add a fixed cost of $100. And we're going to say that this cost is incurred at the start. Now, one thing to notice here, you can see that we now have a total cost of 100, a variance of 100, but the actual is still at 0. For task B, let's also give this a fixed cost of 100, but we're going to leave this one on prorated. And then what I'm going to do is on the project tab, I'm going to set a status date. So I want to set the status date of today, which is March the 22nd. Let's click on OK. And I'm going to choose Update Project underneath. Let's update the entire project, click on OK, and check out what's happened here. If we take a look at task A, we still have our fixed cost of 100, but the actual is now also showing as 100. And that's because the cost accrues at the start of the task. If you take a look at the timeline, this task starts on March the 20th, which was actually 2 days ago. So as soon as I set the project date to update to today's date, it recognizes that this task has started, and so that cost is incurred. And that's why we're seeing the full amount, the full $100 in the actual column. Let's take a look at task B. Remember, we set this one to prorated. So this cost is going to be spread out over the lifetime of the task. So we have something slightly different in here. Our total cost is still $100. The variance is 100, but the actual is only $30. And if we double click to open up task B, we can see that this task is 30% complete. And that is effectively the charge that we've incurred so far for 30% of the project. Now, currently, we don't have any resources assigned to these tasks. And I have 5 tasks and I also have 5 resources. So what I'm going to do is I'm basically going to go through and assign resource 1 to task A, resource 2 to task B, so on and so forth. So let's right click, go to assign resources. And for task A, we're going to assign resource 1. Let's click on assign. Now remember, you can leave this little window open when you're assigning these, which makes things a lot more efficient. So let's select resource 2 and assign. I'm going to go for task C, is going to be resource 3. Task D, we're going to assign resource 4. And task E, we're going to assign resource 5. So now that we've assigned resources, you can see how that affects the costs that we have in our cost table. For task A, the total cost is now $2,100. We have a variance of $2,100 and an actual of $1,300. And if we double click to open up this task, we can see that the cost for resource 1 is $2,000. Now remember, if we go across to the resource sheet, resource 1 is set to accrue using the prorated method. So the resource is prorated, but the fixed cost is incurred at the start. So for task A, we've incurred the whole of the fixed cost for task A, but now we have 8 hours of work at $50 an hour for resource 1, whose cost is accrued pro rata throughout the project. For task B, we've accrued a third of the fixed cost because it's prorated, but we've incurred all of the costs for resource 2 because if we check this out, you can see that that's set to accrue at the start. And resource 2 is working on a standard rate of $60 an hour. So you can see how these changes are affecting the actual costs we see on the schedule. And that is why it's so important to understand if costs are accrued at the start, at the finish, or if they're prorated across the span of the project. And the final thing I really want to point out here is something within the options. So if we go to File and down to Options, let's go across to the Schedule page. Right at the bottom, you'll see it says Default Fixed Cost Accrual, and it's set to prorated. So this is the default if you don't change this to anything else. Now, of course, you can click the drop down and you can choose start or end if that is your preferred method. In general, I leave mine on prorated, and then if I need to change anything, I can just manually change it in the costs table. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at budget costs. And I'm going to explain to you why people use budget costs, why you may want to use budget costs, and how you can compare progress on a project with a project budget with specific reference to costs. Now, it's probably a good stage to point out that you can do exactly the same thing with budget work. The approach is very similar. So we're back working in our house build project. If you'd like to follow along with me, we're working in House Build 4. And currently we're looking at tasks for Burlington House A, and I simply have all of the tasks collapsed up so we can just see their summary tasks at the top. Also notice that currently we don't have any costs associated with this project. If we jump across to the resource sheet, we also don't have any resources listed currently. Now, we might need to prepare a budget, and this in general wouldn't relate to any particularly accurate estimates of costs, but I might say, for example, that I think the labour costs on this project are going to be $40,000. Possibly the material costs are going to be $30,000 and the legal costs are going to be $10,000 and so on. So these are just very rough estimates. Now, I also might come up with some budget figures, and then during the course of the project, I'm going to want to see how the costs are progressing in terms of budget. Now, rather than do all of those things, I'm going to take one element and show you how to deal with it. And the final thing to point out here is that you shouldn't confuse budget costs with baseline costs. A baseline is a saved copy of a schedule at a specific point in time, and that will include everything that's been added. Budget costs are assigned at the project level, and although we can compare the budget cost with our actual costs, it's not the same as comparing actuals with a baseline. Now, we're going to use the example of setting up a budget cost for connecting to the services. So maybe this particular task involves connecting the house up to the relevant services, but also getting a building inspector to come round and inspect the building. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up a resource, and that resource name is going to be service costs. We're going to give it a type of cost. Let's give it some initials. I'm just going to call this serve costs. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a little group. So we're going to call this service costs group. Now, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to double click to open up this resource, and on the general tab, notice over on the right hand side we have a little budget checkbox. So we're going to select this and click on OK. And now I'm basically going to assign this resource to the entire project. Now, when you're trying to assign resources to an entire project, you need to make sure that you have the top level summary tasks showing at the top here. So you can see that I do have mine, Burlington House A, but if you can't see this for whatever reason, you can simply jump into File, go down to Options, and on the Advanced tab, if you scroll down, this is what you're looking to select, Show Project Summary Task. So select that, and it should reveal that top level summary task which controls the entire project and will always have a task number of 0. So let's right click and go to Assign Resources, and we can see our service costs resource that we just set up sitting right there. Now, because we also set this to budget, it means that we can't enter in any units and we can't enter in any cost. If I try and type, it just doesn't type anything. So the only thing we can really do here is click on the Assign button to assign it to the summary task. And it's worth noting that you can only assign it to the summary task as well. Now, once we have assigned it, we can then specify the cost in a number of different ways. We could jump across to Task Usage View, and you can see in here we have a budget cost column, and we could type in the service costs into here. So let's say that our estimate for this is going to be $500. And if we switch back to Gantt chart view, remember we're currently displaying the cost table, we can now see that budget cost listed in the budget cost column. Remember, if you can't see that column, you just need to insert a column and choose budget cost. So now what we're going to do is we're going to create 2 more resources that are going to be in the same category as that budget cost. If you recall, we created a group called Service Cost Group, so we're going to assign both of those resources to that same group. Now we could do this using a code or a custom field, which we have seen earlier on in this course, but we're going to use the group that we created. So let's jump back across to our resource sheet, and I'm going to add in 2 more resources. So there are my 2 resources. We have the local inspector. So he's the one who's going to be carrying out the building inspection. And we also have the service company who are responsible for connecting up the services to the house. And you can see that both of those are of type cost. We have their initials and we've assigned them to the same group as the service costs. That is the service costs group. Also note the accrual method at the end. The first one is prorated, the second one accrues at the start, and the last one accrues at the end. So let's jump back to our Gantt chart view, and we're going to assign one of the resources to the Connect to Services task. So let's right click and go to Assign Resources. And we're going to assign the service company resource because these are the people who are in charge of connecting the services up to the house. And maybe we've determined that the cost for this is going to be $295. So let's enter that in, click on Assign, and you can now see that that cost is updated in the cost table. Now let's assign our second resource. So if we expand completion, you can see we have a task here called Final Inspection. So this is when we're going to need the building inspector. So let's right click and go to Assign Resources. We're going to select Local Inspector, and we're going to say that this cost is $265. Let's click on Assign. So against a budget of $500, you can now see that we have those 2 costs. And you can see right at the top where we have the summary task, Burlington House A, our budget cost is $500, but our total costs are currently coming in at $560. So how could we possibly start reporting on this type of information? Well, we could report on this using the group that we created, the service cost group, because all of these resources are now part of this same group. So if we jump up to Resource Usage View and go up to the Data group, you can see we have a little Group By field just here. So we're going to click the drop down and I'm going to say New Group By. So what we effectively want to do here is we want to group by the group that we created. Now you can give your group a name at the top here. I'm just going to leave it on the default, but where we have Group By, we can group by a specific field. So there's lots of different fields that we could group this by, but if you want to group it by the group that you've created, in this case the service costs group, we just simply need to type group in here. You can see at the top we have group no value, and these are all the ones that we haven't assigned to a group, but we also have a little bit further down group service costs group, and that's going to include all of those resources that we assigned to that specific group. So now we can see very clearly our budget cost and our actual cost just here, and we can see that there is a difference there of $60. So that is a way that you can very easily report on the difference between your budget and your actual costs. In this lesson, we're going to take a look at cost rates and changes in cost rates. And you're already familiar with assigning resources, and we've already looked at calculations involving the cost of resources working on a task. Now, sometimes when you assign a resource to a task, there might be the added complication that the rate that you pay for that resource will depend on the task that the resource is being assigned to. Now, we're back in our Northern Farm Foods website, and we're going to jump across to the resource sheet. Now, if you take a look at the first resource just here for Northern Farm Foods, you can see that we have a standard rate of $35 an hour and an overtime rate of $35 an hour. And we're working on the basis here that everything is chargeable. And you can see here that for all of these resources, we have a standard rate and we also have an overtime rate. Now, the contract consultant at the bottom, this is slightly different. You can see that we have a cost per use charge here of $400 instead. Now, when you set these resources up, those rates that you can see in these columns, those are the default rates, or what we call the A rates. For example, if we open up Mark Ravenswood and take a look at the cost tab, you can see here we have a number of different tabs. We have A, which is the default, B, C, D, and E. And the A rate here, we can see the standard rate and the overtime rate that is displayed in the resource table behind. But in addition, Mark could have other rates assigned to him. So he might have a B rate, a C rate, a D rate, or an E rate. And we can schedule changes to any of those rates. And I'm going to talk a little bit more about this a bit later on. For the time being, just get the concept that the default is what we call the A rate, but we can have other rates for each resource. So let's just click on OK to come out of there. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to jump across to the resource usage view. And if we look down our list of resources, there is Mark Ravenswood, and I can see that he only has one task assigned to him. He's in charge of all of the HTML coding. Whereas if we take a look at, let's say, Bakersfield Associates, you can see that they have a range of different tasks assigned to them. So analysis and design, graphical resources and branding, writing test scripts, and then testing. Now, if we double click on Bakersfield Associates and take a look at their costs, we can see here that their default rate, their A rate, they have a standard rate of $60 an hour and an overtime rate of $100 an hour. So it might be that this is what they charge for standard IT work. But maybe when it comes to something like graphical work, they could possibly charge a higher rate for that. So if we go across to the B tab, you can see that we have a higher rate in here. So the standard rate for graphical work is $100 an hour and the overtime rate is $150 an hour. So we effectively have two different rates that we can possibly use when we're assigning tasks for Bakersfield Associates. So let's click on OK, because what we're going to do next is we're going to add a column to the table, which makes it really easy for us to see which rate each resource is using for each task. So we're going to add a new column, and the one that we're looking for is cost rate table. And you can see that currently everybody is using the default cost rate, the A rate. So what I'm going to want to do here is for this task just here, the 60-hour task, we're going to change that to use B rate, that higher rate. So now that we've changed that, I'm going to add another column, and this time we're simply going to add the cost column. So now you can see if we take a look at these two down here, analysis and design is using the A rate. And if you remember, the A rate is $60 an hour. So if you were to calculate that, that works out to $6,120. Whereas for graphical resources and branding, we have almost half the work, but it's working out at $6,000 because we're using the B rate here, that higher rate. So we're basically doing $100 multiplied by 60, which gives us a cost of $6,000. So displaying both of these columns can be really helpful when you're trying to work out which rates resources are using. Now I'm going to briefly jump back just to Gantt chart view, because when it comes to assigning resources to tasks, there isn't an option in here where we can specify the rate table that we want them to use. It's always going to use the default of the A rate. But what we can do instead, if we jump across to task usage view, and let's just scroll down and find, let's say, Adrian Haskell just here. If we double click to open that up, notice we can specify what cost rate table we're using for this particular resource. So I can click the drop down and I can change it to whatever I like. But just remember that by default, everyone is going to use cost rate table A. So I'm going to change that to B and click on OK. Now, another situation that you'll probably encounter over the lifetime of your project is an increase in rates. People's prices ordinarily increase as opposed to decrease. So we need to know how to make those changes and reflect them in our project. So let's look again at Bakersfield Associates. And we can see that their A rate is $60 an hour and they have a B rate of $100 an hour. Now, maybe Bakersfield Associates have let us know that as of July the 17th, 2023, their rates are going to increase by $5 and $10 an hour. So what we can do in here is we can add another row to this table with the increase. So the effective date is going to be Monday, the 17th of July, The standard rate is going to increase by $5, so it's going to go up to $65, and the overtime rate is going to increase by $10, so it's going to go up to $110. Let's do the same for the B rate that we have in here as well. So those costs are going to increase on Monday, the 17th of July. The standard rate this time is going to be $105, and the overtime rate is going to be $160. Now, if you take a look at this, you can schedule changes to rates quite some time into the future because we have 25 different rows that we can add in here. And you could set them up and schedule them all in here so that as soon as that effective date comes around, the new rates come into play. And of course, when we click on OK, this is going to have an effect on the costs for those different tasks. And you can see those new costs reflected in the schedule. The final thing to point out here is let's open up Adrian Haskell again. And maybe we've been notified that Adrian's costs are going to increase by 5% on a particular date. So let's go in and I'm going to choose, let's just choose the same date. So we're going to say July the 17th. But this time we don't want to enter a monetary amount. We're not adding $5 or $10. We want to increase them by a percentage. So all we need to do here is type plus 5%. And Project 2021 is going to work that out for us. So you can see here it's calculated that that's going to be $52.50, and this charge will kick in on the 17th of July. We can do the same for the overtime rate. So let's do plus 10% for the overtime rate. And again, Project works it out for us. So once we've done this, these new costs are going to be reflected in the schedule going forward from whatever date we've set. A big congratulations everybody for making it all the way through to the end of this Project 2021 course. I hope you enjoyed running through this course as much as I've enjoyed hosting it. So let's just take a moment to recap how far we've come. If you remember, all the way back at the beginning of the course, we learnt about the difference between the project plans and also the differences between Project 2019 and Project 2021. We then started to explore the project interface. We looked at the ribbons and the commands. We saw how to use the Quick Access Toolbar and customize it. And I showed you how you can quickly move around your project interface using keyboard shortcuts. We then also spent some time taking a look at the different views and tables available within Project. In the next section, we set ourselves up for success, and we ran through many of those basic but fundamental skills. So things like opening, closing, and saving a file. We also set up our project calendar options in this section as well. Section 4 was where we really started to get going by entering tasks and other information into our project plan. We discussed the difference between automatic versus manually scheduled tasks. We saw how to add milestones and also give our project structure by adding summary and subtasks. We then moved on to taking a look at dependencies and constraints and how adding dependencies affects your overall project schedule. We also spoke quite a bit about lag and lead time and how you can add that into your schedule as well. In the next section, we moved on to consolidating projects and resource sharing. I also showed you how you can set up recurring tasks and work with custom fields and calculated custom fields. We spoke about outline numbering, outline codes, and WBS codes, and then we moved into talking about costs. So fixed costs, cost accrual, overtime, budget costs, and variable material costs. So if you went through this course and completed all of the exercises, then a huge well done to you. I hope you feel that your knowledge of Project has now progressed on, and you can tackle with confidence some of the more advanced functionality. The final thing to do here is for me to say my goodbyes. I hope you enjoyed running through this course as much as I've enjoyed hosting it for you. And I very much look forward to seeing you on another course at some point in the future. But for now, goodbye.
If you're not a subscriber, click down below to subscribe so you get notified about similar videos we upload. To get the course exercise files and follow along with this video, click over there. And click over there to watch more videos on YouTube from Simon Says It.